Here.
Trustee Hoffman,
Here.
Trustee Eno, absent. Trustee Moreno,
Here.
Trustee Vella,
Here.
Trustee Vettis,
Here.
Student Trustee Callahan.
Present, and I
Thank
think also Trustee Eno just joined us.
Thank you.
Student Trustee Callahan, could you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
I would like to defer that to somebody else, please.
All right. Mr. Bill Ellerton, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And that's like the first.
Thank you, Mr. Ellerton, for the eloquent salute. Today, we would like to adjourn the meeting in the memory of Dr. Ned Daphne. Dr. Daphne was the former vice president of LA Southwest College and was a positive advocate for community college students for over 40 years. In his professional career, he served in a number of groundbreaking roles, including beginning in his career in 1982 at LACCD, serving as an instructor, dean and vice president at LA Southwest College, at a Silly College and LA Trade Technical College, until 1995, when he departed to become the founding president and chancellor of South Louisiana Community College. Dr. Daphne returned to California to become president of Saddleback College and president of Fresno City College, and became the chancellor of North Orange County Community College from 2008 to 2015. After his retirement, he was a sought-after professor and lecturer, sharing his wisdom students at Cal State University San Bernardino and Cal State University Fullerton in their educational leadership programs. Dr. Ned Daphne was known as the avid supporter for all students, encouraging each individual to reach their full academic potential. Dr. Daphne, the positive and enriching spirit will be truly missed. On behalf of the entire Los Angeles Community College District, we extend our deepest condolences to the Daphne family, and thank you again to the family again for their sacrifice and their loss. Before we move to approve the order of business, Chancellor, are there any changes to the agenda?
Good afternoon, Dr. Bolna. No changes. Thank you.
May I have a motion to approve the agenda and order of business?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Henderson. Is there a second?
Callahan.
Second by Trustee Callahan. Student Trustee Callahan. Comments? Seeing none. Roll call.
Student Trustee Callahan's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buelna,
Yes.
Trustee Henderson,
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
Trustee Eno,
Yes.
Trustee Moreno,
Yes.
Trustee Vella,
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Approval of minutes. May I have a motion, a second, to approve the regular board meeting closed session for October 12, 2022.
So moved. Eno.
By Trustee Eno. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Trustee Moreno. Seeing no comments, roll call.
Student Trustee Callahan's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buelna,
Yes.
Trustee Henderson,
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
Trustee Eno,
Yes.
Trustee Moreno,
Yes.
Trustee Vella,
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Thank you.
Reports from representatives of the employee organizations. I'm going to assume that Dr. McKeever is going to speak today. Dr. McKeever, would you like to go first?
Good afternoon. I want to begin by thanking you, the Board of Trustees, and the Chancellor for your rapid responses condemning racism, sexism, homophobia, and recent anti-Semitic comments. I also want to thank the Academic Senate for doing the same, as well as my sister unions. This is important to faculty, staff, administrators, students, and our community. I also want to keep this on a positive note, and I want to say that on behalf of Dr. Jessica St. Paul, our part-timer who's been doing the work on public service loan forgiveness, and the number of faculty who have received public service loan forgiveness, we want to thank your human resources senior personnel technician, Mary Van Ginkel. for rapidly working through a technical glitch that allowed many of our adjuncts to receive PSLF. You know, greatly appreciated, and we cannot say enough about her work and HR's work. I also want to thank the board for its continued opposition to AB 928, which, if implemented, will deny our students the ability to take kinesiology and health courses. These courses not only allow our students to explore these fields as an option, but they are crucial for the future physical and mental health of our communities. They give them coping mechanisms to deal with stress and lead healthier lifestyles. We'll be asking for your continued support. In particular, Trustee Hoffman, as your role as president of the League of California Community Colleges, we would like to work with you to fight this bill that would negatively impact our students. I also wanted to say that I'm looking forward to getting to the table to get our adjuncts affordable health care. Considering that many of our adjuncts were the first to come back to the campus, many without the security of healthcare, this seems that this is the only right thing to do. I have brought our VP, our Vice President, Bill Ellerton Seelig, to say a few words regarding this. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And as I address the trustees, board president, chancellor, you may be aware that our current collective bargaining agreement, CBA, will be ending next June. And so we'll be officially opening the negotiations very shortly for that successor agreement. In that particular agreement, we've had for quite some time a goal for our adjuncts equity and parity with full-timers. In my heart, I've always believed full pay, you know, it's this, if you do the work, you should get the pay just like anybody else. And that should be for our adjuncts, for any of our separate groups. If you do the work, you should get the pay for it. And we've, for I think far too long, depended on adjunct faculty because for some reason we don't treat them the same way. Pay-wise, this district does fairly well. But the one piece that we've been missing from the very beginning is parity in healthcare. And it became abundantly clear during the COVID situation how vulnerable these folks were. Now, I want to thank the board and the chancellor for the several of the MOUs that we did sign during COVID that allowed a bit more flexibility, and for the last year did give much more stable coverage to our adjunct faculty. However, that all ends on the 31st of this December, coming in December. You're aware, I mean, almost everybody, you're probably going to get some speakers today, that the state did pass and funded an ongoing $200 million fund to fund adjunct part-time health care in the state. We have been waiting for guidance from the chancellor's office, which came out a couple of days ago. It is going to be a bumpy road to implement. However, the intent is clearly from the state legislature that we provide health care for our contingent faculty. I have on multiple occasions since the bill was signed requested that we come to the table after the governor signed it to negotiate the part-time health care and how we are going to implement that. As of yet, we have not made it to the table. That's just where we're at. On my primary request was one that we extend the current MOUs so that our adjuncts that have the benefit of their 100% coverage through this year don't have to sweat starting in January whether or not they're going to be able to afford the health care that they currently have. All at the same time, when they look in the news and they see that the state put $200 million into the system ongoing. All the math shows there's enough money for it to be covered. We just need to get to the table to discuss how we're going to implement it. It's not the greatest written law in the world, but the intent is there. And I'm just making an official request that we get to the table and start talking about it. And at a minimum, extend the current MOUs so that they're not under any more stress than they already are. And that's, I think, is what's deserving of our contingent faculty. And thank you very much.
There represent 1521 not will be presenting today. Is there a representative from SEIU? Chris, are you speaking today? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Absolutely, Chris.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Board of Trustees and Chancellor. My name is Christina Ozan, representing STAU Local 99. Earlier, you had mentioned the passing of Miss Dr. Ned Daphne. I just want to say that unfortunately, I didn't get to have the opportunity to meet Dr. Daphne, and I had heard a lot of good things about him. However, I had the pleasure of working with his wife, Miss Daphne, and I just want to, extend my condolences and prayers to the family. Also, I just want to continue to extend my thoughts and prayers and support for the people in Ukraine, and to honor all of our military heroes for all their service and dedication and risking their lives for everyone in this country. And lastly, I want to just say that I just want to just say to everyone that's running again for their seats on the board, I just want to, for this upcoming election, I just want to wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Is there any other representative from Labor? Okay, our Academic Senate, Ms. Echeverri.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Angela Echeverri for the record, and I represent the District Academic Senate. We are currently, I am actually on the road. I'm heading to Sacramento for our state plenary session, the statewide Academic Senate. And as we prepare for our accreditation visit next year, we had a very productive collegiality in action visit last month. And we look forward to a very positive accreditation visit next year. The end of the state of emergency and the legislative landscape have drastically changed the mission of the California community colleges. And in particular, AB 1705 and AB 928 are a great concern to faculty. We're very concerned on the impact on students, in particular those students who may require or benefit from remedial instruction in math and English, as well as those who might want to take a health class or kinesiology class. And the constant legislative intrusion into matters of curriculum are really curtailing and dismantling the mission of California community colleges. So faculty need to help lead discussions on how to address the impact of learning loss and the COVID-19 pandemic on our students. And as more and more reports come out, which indicate the disproportionate impact of the pandemic on students, I think these conversations are even more critical than ever. Finally, I want to, a couple of other things. The recent reports of a multi-million-dollar judgment against the district for sexual harassment underscore the importance of a zero tolerance policy against sexual harassment and a hostile workplace. And we've heard, many complaints from some of the bargaining units about lingering issues. And I think it really is very important for all of us to address these matters before they blow up in the papers. Finally, I want to wish everyone the best of luck on in the election, and we look forward to working with all of you on behalf of our students. Thank you.
I think you called upon me, Trustee Balna.
I did my
Okay, that's okay.
my apologies.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members of the board and Chancellor Rodriguez. I do want to join in sending my condolences to Lige and the Daphne family. Ned was a great human being. What an educator, and I'm pleased and privileged to have known him. For the record, I'm Deborah Harrington, acting president of the Teamsters, representing our district deans. On behalf of our unit, we would like to affirm our solidarity with the women of Iran who are standing up to reprehensible violence being committed against them in their fight for their fundamental rights and personhood. As it has been said, human rights are women's rights, and women's rights are human rights once and for all. I'd like to also recognize the pending approval of the hourly wage increases for student employee classifications today. It's a good step forward, and I just want to acknowledge the amazing contributions of our student employees. They support fellow students, they serve as role models. They're often the first people that students look to and trust to assist them. So I hope we continue in that vein and always think about their compensation as we move forward. This month, we are holding our Teamster Fall membership meeting for all of our members. We will be discussing the impact of important working conditions, including increased workload and its implication for our work and how we serve our students. I'd like to thank our members for their ongoing flexibility, committed work ethic, and resilience during a time that continues to be one of uncertainty and transition. I'd like to close in appreciation of veterans past and present who have sacrificed for and served our country and its highest principles of democracy. May we all continue to form a more perfect union and strive for peace and understanding. Thank you.
Are there any additional comments from members, from representatives? Okay. With regard to public comment, are there any persons signed up for the to address the board on regular agenda items?
No, sir.
Okay. Seeing none, we do have 30 some odd individuals speaking in closed session. Since the board rules provide for a maximum of 20 minutes per topic, we have 30 speakers, more than 7 speakers. Is there a motion for items not on the agenda to limit the amount per individual?
Sir, that's at the end of the meeting, the non-agenda items?
Yeah, non-agenda items.
Okay, all right. Motion.
Seeing no motion, just the board, then we will on. All right. All right. Reports from the board. Trustee Hoffman, can you please summarize the proceedings of the board Budget and Finance Committee on October 19th?
Thank you, President Buelna. And we had a really wonderful, and I think everybody would agree, Budget and Finance Committee meeting because we had a budget training, which was well attended. And I just want to really thank Ms. Gordon and Ms. Laterre for a superb presentation. I think we're going to go into a part 2, but it was a good refresher for those who really have a good understanding of the state budget and then how our budget allocation model works here. And for those who the information was new, I think really learned more about our budgeting process. So it was a fantastic meeting and a fantastic session. And I just really want to thank you again, Jeanette and Deborah, for truly an amazing presentation. I know you put a lot of time and effort into it. And that is my report, Chair Buelna.
Thank you very much. Trustee Henderson, could you summarize the IESS meeting of October 19th and summarize the Black African American Student Affairs Committee of October 17th?
Gladly.
Thank you.
So the Institutional Effectiveness and Student Success Committee, IESS, met on Wednesday, October 19th at 4 p.m. with Trustees Moreno and Barris in attendance. The committee had 4 items presented for information. First was an impressive college enrollment, recruitment, and marketing report from LA Southwest College, presented by Interim President Dr. Anthony Culpepper and his team. And Vice Chancellor Dr. Nicole Albo Lopez discussed district equity and accessibility. And she also presented updates on district accreditation, describing where we are in the accreditation process and what we should be prepared for as trustees and what the colleges are preparing for in terms of next steps in the accreditation process over the next few months. And Dr. Albo Lopez closed out the meeting with an encouraging enrollment update that showed an uptick in enrollment in several of our underrepresented student groups, which demonstrates what can be done with a well thought out plan of action and good intentions. So kudos to our college presidents. The next IESS meeting is scheduled for November 16th at 4 p.m. and the meeting agenda and link will be posted on the district's websites. The Chancellor's Advisory Committee on Black and African American Student Affairs met on Monday, October 17th at 2 p.m. We approved the meeting notes from the April 26th joint meeting held with the LGBTQ+ Advisory Committee. The Chancellor spoke on the district's commitment and efforts to expand support for African American students. And as we make it a point to include student voices, we heard from Mr. Johnny Webster, a student currently enrolled at LA Valley College, and Mr. James Ingram, not the singer, a graduate of LACCD College. The students shared their experiences as Black male community college students and gave kudos to some of their instructors and discussed the impacts that participating in their respective Umoja programs at their colleges had on their academic success and psychological well-being by providing not only a space of respite, but a sense of belonging and family. Dr. Nairi Berry, the AAOI coordinator, provided an update on upcoming projects and goals for the 2022-23 academic year. Vice Chancellor Dr. Katrina Vanderwood facilitated a discussion around reflections from the recent trip to Ghana and the ways in which the experience has changed our perceptions of ourselves as Black human beings and as Black educators educating Black human beings, and how we can share the experience with our colleagues and our students that have not had the experience of traveling to Africa in a manner that is meaningful and will reflect the significance of what we each learned. And the meeting was closed out with updates and announcements from participants, and the next advisory committee meeting is scheduled for a date in February of 2023 to be determined. And Mr. President, so ends my report.
Trustee Vella, please summarize the proceedings of the Facilities Committee from October 19th.
Yeah, we had a pretty light meeting. We did go over an active design project status report. This is a different list that highlights active design within our program, which I think was really refreshing for our trustees in order to hear that. Our active construction project and status report, we did go then into closed session on a potential litigation issue. Besides that, I just wanted to thank all of the build program as well as the facilities programs within the district, Dr. Ruben Smith and his staff for all of the hard work that went into preparing for the potential bond measure that will be on the ballot this November. It was a lot of hard work. So whoever and all of you that participated in ensuring that that got done, thank you so much. That will be on the ballot this coming Tuesday, I believe.
Yes, it is on the ballot.
Got it. Yeah, Tuesday, November 8th. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Chancellor, could you summarize the ad hoc committee? Oh, I apologize. Trustee Vettis, could you please summarize the ad hoc committee on athletics that you chaired on October 18th?
Thank you. We had two presentations. We're continuing our tour of the college's athletic programs, and the two presentations at that past meeting came from LACCD College, who has finally introduced soccer back to the campus after years of not having sports athletics, and there was also a presentation from Trade Tech. And Trade Tech, obviously, for those that have been there recently, has seen some redesign and removal of spaces and creation of new spaces. So the Trade Tech basketball programs, men's and women's, are alive and well and thriving. So both those were presented, but a great deal of the conversation, the crux of the conversation, came in some of the challenges that we've had as a district, being able to facilitate everything from arbiters, referees, scorekeepers, the type of personnel that comes around a sporting event and special events. And so some of this has to do with some public policy and some views that I think should be a welcome conversation with our personnel commission in terms of these short-term spurred employees, and as well as just being able to find better ways to provide referee support, temporary support for activities that we don't have an easy process to pay for. So I think the chancellor definitely took notes and is moving forward with a general contract process to be able to support the referees and the other kinds of ancillary supporters of college programs. And that's the update. So we have a couple of works in progress to follow up, especially in the way that we staff and provide support for not only community use, but the athletics programs in itself.
Thank you very much. And now a summary from the ad hoc committee with the shortest name in LACCD history, which is the ad hoc committee for the immediate action on teaching and learning barriers to non-English speaking monolingual communities for equal access and representation, that I specifically chaired on October 18th. So we went over a few issues. We went over the student survey that we did with regard to how our students reacted to teaching classes in language. And that was extremely positive. We went over it at the last board meeting. The chancellor today is going to go over a short results of an actual community survey, some might call it poll, of all of our community with regard to the concept of in-language learning. So we'll go over just some results, but then the following, in the next few weeks, there will be an ad hoc committee meeting where the survey company will go over the entire results. Then on November 19th, when is it? The 19th, the chancellor, myself, and general counsel, and one of the attorneys from Lieber, Cassidy, Whitmore, we're going to be at the CCLC conference on Saturday morning at 8 a.m. And there will be a full presentation. We're trying to make sure that the presentation could be live on YouTube. There will be pan dulce and a mariachi immediately preceding the event. And some of you think I'm kidding, but I'm not. Then we're also going to be speaking about the pilot project, about the actual teaching of some of the in-language classes during the winter session. And all this has been informed by our legal analysis, the survey of LACCD students, and the poll that we did to completely survey on and to make sure that that we understood our needs and our audience. So all of that occurred. We had about 75 individuals on present, and we expect a lot of attention on this matter in the next few weeks and months. Let's see. Student Trustee Callahan, could you please summarize the proceedings of the Student Affairs Committee?
Steve Walnut,
Yes,
is
sir.
there a moment to ask questions you want to ask at the end, or can we ask in the middle of that report?
Do questions.
We've done questions before, clarifications.
On the in-language part?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
No, I think it's the first time I've seen us in sort of this ad hoc committee work do a poll, and I know we got a copy of it the other day, but I'm curious as to how we made the decision to poll and the cost, and is it available for other committees in terms of the activity? Because certainly there are issues that you want to have broader, and this has a little bit of community into it as well. And I'll use the example, for example, in athletics, there's certainly a community surrounding the facilities that have a pent-up interest in trying to understand and determine how some of those views can impact the future of design, the future of sort of community service programs, et cetera. But
I'll give my
I'm just
response
curious
there.
in terms of
Yeah,
just
how
the
we did
process
that.
there.
So what we did, actually, we had that discussion in public here when we went over the results of the student survey. Then several trustees asked, are we going to do a community survey? So there was interest from board members on doing that. Plus, it was recommended from our internal folks to first do our internal survey of students. So from those two things, then we decided to go ahead and do it. Did I miss something?
Oh, you got it.
Yeah,
So,
I guess I didn't remember hearing that we would trigger polls like this. It's the first time we're doing it, and I'm not saying it's bad, or there's anything wrong with that. Certainly, it's gathering information. But if it's a research tool, just being able to determine it, maybe the dialogue happened at the ad hoc committee level, because I don't remember it in the public one. I haven't had a chance to participate in last few ad hocs, but being able to understand that as a tool and resource for other ad hocs is going to be very valuable. So if that's the case, and how we do it, and if there's a budget and range to it, I think it would be good to inform the other ad hoc chairs
That's a good point.
that
Thank you very
this is a tool available, and this is how it gets utilized.
Thank you. That's actually extremely helpful, and I agree as well. Student trustee Callahan from the October 14th meeting.
Yeah, so this was a relatively short meeting in comparison to the others. Not a lot of reports coming from here. Mostly just updates as far as the website updates that are currently in the process of happening throughout the district. Some of our colleges are just at the very end. Some of them are still in the process of reviewing their sites. Aside from that, we approved the action item at the admin policy 4225, which was basically just reviewing different, or not really reviewing, but making it so that college courses that are taken outside the district that would fit the same requirements, or that would fit the same kind of transfer requirements, they would still be accepted at our college. It's sort of like a technical thing that we had to go through. But for the administrative policy 5420, we decided to table that because we felt like there wasn't enough information from these students to actually make an informed decision on whether or not we should approve it. So we trust the ability of our advisors to, I guess, go through the language and give us something that's beneficial for our budgets, for our student government boards. But we didn't actually get a really in-depth look at how exactly that's going to be affecting our budgets at the student level. So we chose to table that. And prior to the next meeting, we're going to be looking again at the policy before we actually make a decision. And aside from that, that's pretty much it.
Thank you very much. Moving on to board travel authorization. May I have a motion and a second with regard to item E2? Motion by trustee
So moved.
Henderson, second by trustee Eno. Any comment? Seeing none, roll call.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Boulna.
Yes.
Trustee Henderson.
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Eno.
Yes.
Trustee Moreno.
Yes.
Trustee Vela.
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to resolutions, and no, we're not going to do them in the consent calendar. We're going to go one by one because each one has meaning. May I have a motion and a second on behalf of item F1? Motion by trustee.
So moved.
I'll
By
second.
Trustee Hoffman, trustee Henderson beat you by a microsecond. So the motion, comments?
I
Trustee,
can,
no?
sure. Thank you for putting this out there. I know it's been a generational issue that Iran has been dealing with for some time now, and to have a resurgence of such powerful women leading this charge, I stand with them. And I would cut my hair right now, but maybe at another time. But thank you for putting this out there, and thank you for everyone that's fighting for it.
Thank you, trustee. Trustee Vela.
I just wanted to thank our community, our staff, our district, our students, our faculty. They held an amazing summit in earlier this month, where or in October, late October, where we were able to participate and learn from what was going on in Iran, and what really is happening, and the communication that's going on from that situation over to our community and people that are still family members here. So it was just really amazing. So I want to thank also the chancellor for and the cabinet for supporting that discussion, which I think was very well deserved and needed. And I want to thank all of you for putting this together, and thank Ms. Hoffman and Ms. Eno for co-sponsoring.
Thank you. Any additional comments? And I do have a comment. As I do think that the protests in Iran will have a long-term effect on violence against women and specifically policies in Iran. However, even though I do have 3 daughters, it's not the reason that as males we do need to speak up when in speaking against violence against women. And not just because I have daughters, but because we just have an obligation to do that. And I just want to say that to put the thought process in all males that we have an obligation to, whenever we see violence against women, we have an obligation to act specifically, and that we all have a responsibility. Any additional comments? Seeing none, roll call.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Boulna.
Yes.
Trustee Henderson.
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Eno.
Yes.
Trustee Moreno.
Yes.
Trustee Vella.
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
May I have a motion, a second on item F2, Veterans Day and National Veterans Awareness Week? Motion by trustee Henderson, second by trustee Callahan. Any comments? Seeing none, roll call.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Boulna.
Yes.
Trustee Henderson.
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Eno.
Yes.
Trustee Moreno.
Yes.
Trustee Vella.
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
May I have a motion, a second with regard to item F3? This is AB 361, resolution code, all the teleconference stuff. Moved by trustee Henderson, second by trustee Eno. Any comment? Seeing none, roll call.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Boulna.
Yes.
Trustee Henderson.
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Eno.
Yes.
Trustee Moreno.
Yes.
Trustee Vella.
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Now we move on to my favorite part of the agenda, report from the chancellor.
Thank you, Dr.
No pressure.
Boulna. Members of the board, good afternoon, colleagues who are listening or who are in the audience. I'd like to have this report into a couple of parts. One is I'll comment on the chancellor's monthly. We will have an opportunity to meet 2 of our students and to fold in our student voices, which is always important to center our conversations. Mr. De La Houssaye will present the Personnel Commission annual report, and then I will give some results from the recently and aforementioned community survey on in-language curriculum. But I'd like to start my discussion first and foremost with the personal comment, and that's about Mr. and Dr. Ned Doffany, person who was, as Dr. Boulna read, outstanding community college leader, colleague, friend for so many years. And when I became a college president, he's one of the persons that I got to know and was an incredible mentor for so many of us, particularly presidents of color, who were embarked upon this mission called community college leadership. So I wanted to extend my thanks to him for his constant leadership, support for our system, his engagement with all students, as was stated, and extend my condolences to Mrs. Doffany as well, and to their family. Ned, a tremendous sense of humor, if you ever were around him, just a real good person, and I will miss him. So I wanted to share that. Also wanted to introduce later on the board agenda, we will have the board act on a placement for the new vice chancellor for human resources, and she is with us in the room today. So I wanted to point her out to the board and to the members who are with us. And this is Ms. Tayana Williams, who is here. So Ms. Williams, welcome to LACCD. We welcome you to the LACCD family. Thank you. With that introduction of our new colleague, I also want to extend, and this won't be the last time I do this, send my thanks to the interim vice chancellor of human resources, Sharon Zingsheim, who's done an outstanding job since August, since she's been here with us, July, I believe, July, since she's been with us. So I wanted to thank Sharon for her good work in human resources as well. The Chancellor's monthly report, here's what I'll go over. Just go over a couple of slides here. You'll see them there. So let me start with the next slide, just to give you a sense of some of the good work that's going on around the district. This is all in the monthly that's been very, very nicely put together by Juliet Hidalgo and her team. And certainly wanted to point out, we're now celebrating our students with disabilities, and Trade Tech was the fabulous host for our 8th annual Disability Summit. Our guest speakers were colleagues from Homeboy Industries, who taught us and shared with us ways to work with our formerly incarcerated individuals who may have disabilities, and ways to build stronger partnerships. So that was a nice event that took place earlier in October. The next slide here talks about some of the other good work that we're doing around LGBTQ, and Mr. Vela and the advisory committee and the college presidents, many of whom made history by raising the LGBTQ flag, the pride flag, in solidarity with our colleagues from the gay and lesbian community. So this is the event that took place at East LA College, and we thank Dr. Roman and his team, and Assemblymember Fong for joining us, along with Monterey Park Mayor Henry Lowe for the ceremony and activities. So we're just sharing the Trustee Vela, what an important symbolic ceremonial statement. And I will share that the many trustees were at the ACCT conference last week, in which LACCD sponsored a workshop called First in the Nation to celebrate and to uplift our LGBTQIA+ Bill of Rights. And it was shared as a national model, and lots of interest from other states and communities as to how they can engage in the same kind of support and advocacy for our students. So Trustee Vela, thank you for your guidance and your leadership on this. And the next slide here, you'll see some of the other good work going on around the district. President Ada Aguiar and Pierce College, we were very, very pleased to celebrate 75 years of service to the Valley by LA Pierce College, one of our strongest transfer institutions in the state of California. And President Aguiar and her team did a fabulous job in putting together a 75th anniversary, as well as the grand opening of this just fabulous automotive technology center. And you see the slide there, that is a car show accompanied the grand opening of this technology center. So we're very, very pleased that we're going to be now training the technicians for the future in hybrid electrical vehicles and whatnot. So congratulations to Pierce College for welcoming the next 75 years. In the next slide here, you will see that we're also very pleased that we received the state allocation for $1 million that will digitize the Vincent Price Art Gallery Museum and its collections, so that we can make that available to others who are studying this and using this as part of our curriculum, and ways to show some of the incredible Mesoamerican art pieces that were donated by the Price family. So we congratulate and thank Assemblymember Fong and the state legislature for their support for the Vincent Price Art Museum at East LA College. And this next slide simply, this gives you all the presidents and their messages around information, education around Measure LA that will appear on the November 8th ballot, and what it will do for our colleges to transform the education and teaching environments for our institutions. So we put that in the newsletter for this month. If you'd like to see the fabulous messages by each of the colleges, you have it there with you. We also had a message there. This was the one that I did around getting out the vote, encouraging our students to vote, many of whom will be voting for the first time in their life. So we want them to continue this democratic practice, and remind them that all of our colleges are voting centers and have drop-off locations for the mail-in, drop boxes for the mail-in ballots. Let me now get our students to come in. This is a very nice feature, and while we're always appreciative of our students who come to our advisory committee meetings, we thought it would be appropriate to have a couple of additional students lend their voices to this meeting today. So I'd like to invite Erica Quinto and Millard Hill into the room now. We'll start with Ms. Quinto. She is a student at LA Harbor College, who will be followed by Mr. Hill, who will tell a bit about his story, his major, and he's a student at West LA College and also attended ELAC as well. So Ms. Quinto, are you on?
Yes, I am.
How are you? Welcome to the LACCD Board of Trustees. Thank you for sharing your story, your major, what your future plans are, and how your experience has been at the Harbor and at LACCD. Ms. Quinto?
Thank you. My name is Erica Quinto, and I represent Harbor College proudly. I am a student and student worker in the CalWorks program. My journey back to school started in 2019. I came from the salon industry, and I found myself in a situation where I'm a single mom with twins, and I wanted to make a difference in my life. I needed more, and my kids were in the hospital for over 2 months. And I got to know the nurses, the staff, and I met a special nurse that told me she went back to school in her 50s. She had worked real estate her whole life. And she really empowered me that, you know what, I can go back to school too. And I had the opportunity to go back to school. All the nurses spoke very highly of Harbor College. And coincidentally, it was less than 10 minutes from my house. And so I enrolled at Harbor College. I got plugged into the CalWorks program. And through the CalWorks program, I got offered a work study position. And those two programs, doing work study, as Deborah Harrington mentioned earlier, it changed my life. I plugged in even deeper into the school as a student. I attended more events. I heard a speech from President Dorado sharing his story, his testimony, his roots of his family, and it really spoke to me, and it resonated with me. And after working in CalWorks, you know, being a single parent working, going to school, you're busy, you're overwhelmed, you feel very alone. And I plugged in with students, and I was serving these students that were in the same situation that I was going through. And it was very encouraging as a mom, knowing you're not alone, you know, trying to cook, do homework, study, and be attentive and do all those things the best you can. And so these programs truly saved my life, and to the point where I was networking with faculty, student workers as well, and our director, Miss Angeles, you know, and I met people that just really motivated and believed in me. And that encouraged me to change majors. So I'm now a sociology major. And I love serving the students that I meet. I can relate to them. I'm passionate about our programs because they changed my life. And so now I am looking to build a career with the LACCD district. I love Harbor College. And this spring I'm transferring to Cal State Dominguez Hills. And I just also personally wanted to let you know, Chancellor Rodriguez, that your speech at our graduation, it touched not only me, but my whole family. They were in the audience, and to see someone, you know, representing the colleges that, you know, are proud of like our roots and our families, and being a first generation college student, it's very special to see the people in charge of these programs and colleges, you know, that can relate to us and have similar stories. So, you know, I love these programs, this campus, the district. It's very personal to me. And I just want to thank all of you, because the decisions that you make do change our lives, and not just mine, but my children's as well. And I'm very thankful. And I always tell people my test has become my testimony. And I'm excited to see where else, you know, what other opportunities are going to come just from, you know, being empowered by you guys and through education, and just having a wonderful environment that's so supportive and encouraging. So thank you very much.
Thank you. That was excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Quinto. Your testimony allows us and reminds us of our why we do the work that we do, and continued success to you. We've got strong ties, as you know, with Cal State Dominguez Hills, and we expect a bright and important future. And yes, look to us when you get ready with your degrees in hand to come serve our students. So thank you for that. And we'll now turn to Mr. Hill. Are you on the line here, Mr. Hill?
Yes.
Well, welcome. We'd like to give you the floor, and you are now addressing the LACCD Board of Trustees and our colleagues throughout the district. So welcome, Mr. Hill. Please tell us about yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Millard Hill. I am a freshman at West LA Junior College or West LA College. And I am currently studying, my major right now is electrical engineering. But this is my first semester of college, and I'm I know for sure what I'm good at, and that's math. So if I don't venture all the way, if I don't see through the electrical engineering path, I probably, whatever path I do choose will be math heavy. Maybe it could be like an accountant or a different engineering, or even a math professor, you know. But math is kind of the root of what I want to major in as far as school. And I have aspirations to transfer out to a four-year university after I get my AA from West LA. And my dad's side of the family is from Philadelphia on the East Coast. So I do have aspirations to transfer out to a university along the East Coast. I know a lot of people want to stay in Cali, and you know, yeah, I mean, everyone's, you know, they prefer California because weather, of course. But yeah, I want to go to the school along the East Coast. But I've been here at West LA for 3, 4 months. I didn't decide to enroll until July, and it wasn't. It's been good so far. There's pros and cons to everything you do in life, and I understand that. And I think my experience so far is I have 4 classes right now. I have trigonometry, English 101, um, public speaking, which is Com 101, I think communications 101, and intro to engineering. And 3 of my classes are in person, and 1 class is online. Um, I would say that my least favorite class is probably the online class because I'm I don't I'm not that's not I like to be in person, and I definitely would like to see for the future coming maybe less classes online to see more students on campus, because even with the students on campus, there's a lot of not a lot, but there's not a lot of students on campus. But from the small students that you do see on campus, I have one friend that I had met in a class that I had dropped my first week. It was on my schedule. I can't remember how I got on my schedule, but when I had the wrong class, I had dropped it. But there was one friend that I met in that class, and it's kind of funny because we see each other all the time, like literally Monday through Thursday. Those are the days I have class. And when we see each other, he's doing, I think he's doing mechanical engineering while I'm doing electrical engineering. So we still have a lot of dialogue on a regular, because all from that first introduction when we met in a class that we don't even have together. And we talk about our he asked me a lot of questions about my trigonometry, because I think he's taking algebra 2 right now. He's taking trigonometry next semester. And then I asked him a little bit more about some engineering questions, just because he's pretty good. Oh, he's doing computer science. I mean, computers. I think computer science engineering. It's a computers based engineering. I want to say it's computer science, but but yeah, we have a lot of dialogue, and that all started from that class that we don't even share. We don't even have any classes together, but when we see each other, we both speak. And I just I was kind of disappointed when I first started, because I thought I would see more students on campus. And like my mom asked me like, how was it? I'm like, Mom, it's like a ghost town up there. Like there's no one there at all. And I mean, I'm not there to mingle, but you know, socializing is a part of life. And it was just like, dang, it's not a lot of students up here. Like, you know, and it's easier to focus, of course, and whatnot, but it would be nice to see more kids on campus. And then like there are, when I do come across some people, it's kind of crazy. Some people tell me like they have like, oh, this is my only class like during the week. The rest of my classes are online. I'm like, wow, like that's the opposite. Like I'm not even having a good time. It's funny too, because I'm enjoying all of my classes except for my online one. And that, and then but the programs at the school are pretty good. The Black Student Union, the Black Student Union Council is really good. Miss M, she helps me a lot, and we just talk about my plans for not even just the rest of this school year, but next school year, next fall, and where do I want to be 2 years from now, and things like that. And even other students in there. I have one peer in there that we go in there regularly, and we just have dialogue about. Sometimes we go in there to do homework. Sometimes we just go in there to have dialogue about our future and what all goals we have. And but it's been really good. I would say maybe the counseling wasn't the best experience with my counselor, and it's kind of hard to. It was kind of hard at first, but I found other outlets, so I'm grateful for that. But overall, it's definitely a new chapter in my life, and it's been a good journey so far. And I'm right now I'm excited. Like even earlier today, after I had left my trigonometry class, I was talking. I was in the Black Student Union. We were talking about classes next semester, and it was like, "Dang, you already trying to get your class next semester?" I'm like, "Yeah, I gotta get my classes set up. I gotta get the days and the times that I want, you know." But it's been a good experience so far, and I've really been enjoying it. And yeah, you guys have any questions?
Mr. Hill, thank you so much for your testimony, and glad it's going well for you.
I do have a question for Mr. Hill.
Yes.
It's your first year, right?
Yes, sir.
First time in college? I'll just say as a piece of advice to you for your first year of college, just going forward, in higher education, don't be afraid to, think outside the box, to really embrace your vision or how you, picture how your education wants to go, and just keep hold of it, because something that I've definitely learned in my experience, I'm still learning. It's like every time I face it again and again and again, it just keeps reminding me, people, you're gonna lose sight of your vision every now and again. But as long as you have a goal and you stick to that goal, no matter who tells you to go this way or that way or whichever way, you have a vision. So never lose that vision. You have a
absolutely
strong voice. You look like you have a very promising future ahead of you. Don't lose sight of that. Okay? And don't let anybody else make you lose sight of that.
Definitely, man. I appreciate you.
Very strong words and important words of advice. Thank you, Student Trustee Callahan. The board join me in thanking both of our speakers, Erica Quinto and Millard Hill. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Excellent.
Thank you, guys.
Excellent.
And Chancellor, since Joe likes mathematics so much, you can let him know also teaching positions here in the mathematics department.
Absolutely.
Value his kind of energy, and his love of the district here.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much. Very
Definitely take note of that.
okay. All right. You're welcome to stay on with our meeting, but we both know you have other schedules to attend to, but please join us if you can. Let's move on with the Chancellor's report now. I'm going to ask Mr. Ron De La Houssaye, who serves as our director for our Personnel Commission, to give us the highlights of the 21-22 annual report. The board did receive the full report, and so this will be the opportunity for the board to formally receive this and also to ask any questions. So, Mr. De La Houssaye, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chancellor. Good afternoon, trustees, Chancellor, colleagues, classified and academic staff, students, labor partners, members of the public. On behalf of the Personnel Commission and its tireless and amazing staff, I thank you for the honor and opportunity to present to you the annual report of the Personnel Commission. As the Chancellor said, my name is Ron Delahuse. I am the Personnel Director. A little bit about myself. Born here in Los Angeles, just a few blocks from where we're seated right now, at the California Hospital. Grew up here in Los Angeles, attended Pierce College, transferred to Cal State Northridge, got my bachelor's degree in political science. Have 3 daughters. While raising the first 2, got my master's degree from National University. Started working in human resources in 1992, so it's been exactly 30 years that I've been working in the human resources field. Half of that time in positions of leadership, most of it over at the Los Angeles Unified School District. And I came to you 3 years ago and have been honored to serve as the personnel director, and enjoy doing it more so than I am visually expressing. The commission, I'm going to go into the details of what it is comprised of and who the commissioners are. Page 1 of the commission report does illustrate who the commissioners are, starting with our outgoing previous chair of the commission, David Iwata. David served tirelessly on the commission for over 20 years, 21 years almost. And he was a tremendous contributor to public service and did provide us with a lot of leadership. And I was a little regretful to see all of that walk out the door, but we were very fortunate to receive 3 new commissioners. One who is our current chair, Diva Sanchez Trevino. She started while David was here, has been doing an excellent job. Very proud of the work that she has done. She was followed by Hope Singer. Hope was an appointee by our union, 1521A, the Staff Guild, and she has been doing amazing work. I've learned a lot from her. And more recently, the board had an opportunity to select a commissioner under this new process that was adopted not too long ago. We have now Dr. Trayshawn Hall Baker. Trayshawn is an immense asset, and I'm very happy to be working with her, and I'm learning more from her every day. So those are our commissioners, and I want to talk a little bit about what the commission does. The commission is responsible for the classification, compensation, work studies, selection process in terms of getting folks on an eligibility list for the hiring authorities to select. We maintain and update constantly the laws and rules of the Personnel Commission, and we oversee assignments to make sure that people are working within classification and that they are properly compensated. And lastly, we do address matters of employee discipline as it relates to any appeals that are filed with us legitimately and in a timely manner. And I'm going to go more into that process through the use of the presentation itself. What you see before you now is the Personnel Commission's organizational chart, and it is illustrating basically our 3 different assignment units: recruitment and selection, classification and compensation, and assignment audit. Recruitment and selection is just that. We engage in the recruitment from the public or internally with existing classified employees for either new or promotional opportunities for them. And we work very hard to make sure that the work they're doing is in fact in alignment with their classification. And that spills over into the classification and compensation unit, where we are making sure at all times that people are properly classified with changes in technology, changes in the workplace, advice and counsel from our other classified employees, management, labor partners who I consult with constantly. We are evolving ever more closely to an area where things are working at their optimal. And I have made multiple changes to the way that we approach this work. So it is an never-ending effort to improve. Our assignment unit is always looking to make sure that the folks that are in proper assignments are doing the work they're supposed to. And when it comes to actually placing a person in a new assignment, they have to do a bit of an audit to make sure that everybody is paid, everybody's done what they're supposed to do, and they get placed according to the rules into their position, so there aren't any issues when it comes to compliance. Moving along to the next slide. Thank you. We do have meetings of the commission every couple of weeks, almost every couple of weeks. We do take a break here and there for holidays, but they're every couple of weeks, and we go through those meetings in a very transparent fashion. We are under the Brown Act, so everything much the same way that the Board of Trustees does, we do as well. They are publicly announced within 72 hours. So our meetings are on Wednesdays. We announce these actually on Fridays. We post the agenda. It is distributed to all of the stakeholders here. And if someone would like a copy of that agenda, it is actually now on Board Docs. We started posting it there about 2 months ago, and it is available for anyone to view, much the same way as the Board of Trustees agenda. So it is on there as well. We made the decision to move to that very recently. We do have other meetings that we attend or have others in attendance at our meetings. Sometimes the chancellor will appear, sometimes we have special meetings, and it's always noteworthy if a board member chose to appear. So you're always welcome to attend. I myself meet with the deputy chancellor and sometimes the chancellor. I have union consultations throughout the year, quite a large number of them. As you can see from the report this year, I had 37 different meetings that were formally placed on my calendar. Next slide, please. And you can see before you our budget. It's relatively modest for a 15-person staff, and our folks are working tirelessly to make sure we keep up with the curve, and you'll see through the report just how much they're working. Our budget has marginally kept pace with the cost of living, so it has been kept fairly modest. I have not made any efforts whatsoever to advance that any more so than necessary to cover costs. Moving along to the next slide. And certainly, I'm going to have time for questions later. I want to point out some of the highlights of the previous year. We had within our classification and compensation activities, we had several salary studies that were pretty intensive for construction inspected related classes. This is an entire series. And then there was a comprehensive salary study for professional level accounting jobs. We wanted to make sure that we were compensating people correctly. Compensation studies as well for childcare, food service, and recreational job classifications. And we have had a difficult time recruiting in those areas and continue to try to come up with innovative ways to recruit staff in those areas. We did have a very successful and thank goodness, a restoration of sort of the salary schedule for Local 99 job classes that was announced last year during the negotiations as an opportunity for us to end salary negotiations. So we were very proud that we did that salary study and were able to get the salaries in alignment. And real quickly, what that means is that in 2014, there was sort of a flat rate increase. And the way salary studies work is that there are relationships between groupings that have to be held to a certain percentile based upon Department of Labor standards. And not to get too boring about it, we were able to make the corrections and simultaneously provide pay raises for some of those classifications. And later you'll see that within the custodial ranks, we did significantly increase the number of positions that we currently have recruited for in a time when it is extraordinarily difficult to recruit for custodians in the Los Angeles area and really throughout the country. We were also able to establish several new classifications, including Director of Safety and Security Services, Assistant Director of Accounting, and the new class of Network Infrastructure Senior Systems Manager, as well as Financial Aid Systems Specialist and Instructional Assistant Dental Hygienist. It is never easy to, though it seems like it might be, to come up with an entirely new classification because we have hundreds of existing classifications, and generally we try to modify rather than create something new. 28% of all of our rules did receive revisions this past year, and that's immense. We do review them often, but to have 28% of them altered is quite a milestone. I'm going to move on to the next page. We have other highlights that I want to get to. Recruitment highlights. We had a total of 83 comprehensive recruitments for various job classifications, which were conducted. Some of the highlights below are the more broad or rather large scale ones. Vice Chancellor of Human Resources, General Counsel, Vice President of Admin Services, Director of Safety and Security Services, Chief Advancement Officer, Director of College Facilities, Assistant Director of Accounting, Supervising Construction Inspector, Community Services Manager, College Public Relations Manager, Financial Aid Manager, and Registrar. All fairly significant recruitments that we did complete in the past year. We did have a couple of virtual workshops that we made broad announcement for. We have done a lot of others that were on smaller scale, but these two were significant in that they were formally announced. The Beginner's Guide to the Classified Service that was conducted over at West Los Angeles, and Preparing for Promotional Opportunities in the Classified Service was conducted in November, roughly a year ago. We also, every single month, publish a monthly employee and supervisor / management information bulletin that always explains what it is that's going on within classification and compensation and other areas of the commission that we feel are important for people to be aware of. If you could roll to the next slide. We're going to gradually get into a little area of statistics that's going to be helpful to show what it is we've been doing, and probably something people would rather hear about. In classification and compensation, we have reclassified a large number of positions that include upward changes, title changes. We have done a lot of working out of class, a lot of revised class descriptions, several new classifications, as I pointed out earlier. We have a large number of new positions classified. We've just been working very hard. I'm going to roll into the next one, so in the interest of time, the next slide. There is a clear relationship between recruitment and selection and what the Personnel Commission is charged with ensuring, and that has to do with merit, fairness, open and legal recruitment and selection within all aspects in conformance with applicable law and policy. So it's very time consuming to try to make sure that these things get posted onto our agendas and changed in a timely manner, and still move forward with all of the other actions that have to take place. Now, the more interesting parts, if you could scroll to the next slide. These are going to be about some of the statistical areas that have to do with diversity. To me, this is a huge reason why I got into human resources in the first place, was to make sure that things were equitable and fair. And diversity is one of many areas where traditionally there's been some problems, or at least historically. And we can see that here within the classified service at LACCD, we've been doing a very good job of creating diversity. Our numbers reflect very closely in alignment with those same demographic numbers within Los Angeles County. Now, I have some anxiety about the titles for each of these groups, but it is what the Department of Labor uses. So you can see here that American Indian, that's the issue that I'm referring to. I prefer it not be called that, but I prefer Indigenous. But we are going with the Department of Labor topics, headings. As you can see, by gender, classified services also fairly split, almost evenly between men and women. That has to do with the area of recruitment and testing. There'll be similar statistics, but they have to do in other areas. So the next slide is about hiring activity, and this is based on location. And you can see in these locations that we have brought on as a total percentage, certain numbers within each college. So for example, City, we had in 2020, 51 people, 2019, 2020, just ahead of the pandemic, 51. Then there was a steep decline in 2021 during the pandemic, and an uptick this past year of 29. And of course, that's just the first slide. And you can see there that there are a variety of changes, but we are on an uptick when it comes to recruitment. And I'll explain why it's not more robust shortly, but as a matter of fact, I can do that now. The reason for it is that the Bureau of Labor Statistics has pointed out that as of July of 2020, we saw 5.9 million separations in the United States from employment, whereas in December of 2019, it was 3.5 million. What that number basically reflects is a lack of interest in getting a job. Another report indicated that nearly half of all people who are leaving their current job and moving to something else are just picking an entirely new industry. So this is putting us in a little bit of a tailspin as how to capture these changes, and we are studying it closely. We have expanded our online platforms to be able to recruit even more effectively, and it has increased the workload dramatically when it comes to recruiting. So we would expect our numbers to improve even more so next year as we do learn more. But as of right now, we've done what I perceive as an immense job in bouncing back from the pandemic, but we're not quite there yet. Moving along to the next slide, thank you. These are the classified hiring activities, and they give you an idea of which groupings are seeing the greatest number of hires. You can see again that in 2019, we had a much more advanced number of people coming in. The number declined sharply with the pandemic, and there was an uptick more recently. Again, for the same reasons that I just explained, there are fewer people seeking employment overall. And I'm sure my colleagues in HR could corroborate that. Next slide. Oh, thank you. Recruitment by hiring and ethnicity data. You can see on one slide for 2019 and 2022, the diversity of job applicants. There was a slight reference to it previously, but I wanted to put them all on the same page for comparison purposes. You can also see right next to it similar data, but instead for those positions hired. One's the job applicants, which is different than those who are hired. And then there is also the final item here, which is the opinion of those who have ultimately hired. So we get the responses from their surveys where they feel mostly confident in it has declined over the last few years. But again, I think that is because of the lack of access and the speed with which we can bring people on. But it is fairly high that the confidence in our performance is elevated. There are some that are concerned, and that is where my attention is most broadly focused as to how we can improve where there are areas of concern. And so you can see all the statistics when it comes down to ethnicity data.
Are we going to ask questions after, or can I have a question on this slide?
Oh, certainly.
But
you're welcome to ask now, Mr. Ferris.
And well, there's two things. I'm looking at one thing that's a correlation on the slide. I'm curious as to, and this data presented to us, what are the things that concern you?
Well, what concerns me and frankly keeps me awake sometimes is the frustration we run into when trying to recruit. And I'll give you an example. A few months ago, we did a recruitment for the Director of Safety and Security. We had very few takers in that instance. And what I mean by takers is applicants. We ran it again, and for some reason that I'm still trying to figure out, we had a much more robust turnout. All it was a matter of months.
And I ask questions of the applicants. Well, you know, why did you not come in for the interview? I don't get an answer. We ask other applicants, and this is another phenomenon that's going on. Folks will apply for a position, and then once invited to the departmental interview or even to interview with us to get on the eligibility list, they just don't show up. And for whatever reason, they won't respond to the questions asked. Well, what is it that we could do differently? What is your concern? Why did you not show up? We're not getting answers. And so what I'm left to do is opine about the reasons for that. And what I am left with is that they are looking at us and shopping the opportunity. In other words, the moment that I qualify them for the position, say you are qualified and you're going to move forward in the position or in the process, they now go to their boss and say, hey, look, I have this opportunity to move. What are you going to do about it? And I think that because of the harsh labor market, employers are doing everything they can to hold on to their talent. And that's another statistic that I've researched is the rapid turnover that is taking place currently post-pandemic that is resulting in us having a hard time, in some instances, retaining staff. And so these are questions that I do want to talk with my colleagues in HR and even the college presidents about what we can do to address that. So this is an ongoing and rolling concern, and that was an excellent question.
And if I can ask for one additional step in the data here, and I just wanted to point out that this one by hiring ethnicity, I'm very curious to know what positions people are hired into, right? And I would say this because I'm looking at a couple of stats. For example, if I look at it's self-identified too. So if I look at the white, we have about 18.5% of the applicants, 20.53% of the hires. In African Americans, 14.9% of the applicants, 18.63% hires. But there's a next step to the question that begs to be asked is, what positions are they filling?
Right.
Are they lower positions, higher paid positions, lower paid positions? Is there certain tracked spaces? I know we're trying to do a lot of merit-based, but how are we looking at now the Hispanic Latino component's obviously a large population in the county. They're 44% of the applicants and are actually less than their application ratio. But I think the bigger question as opposed to that, because they're fair within 3 to 4 points. The bigger question is where are they going? Right. And that's just not something I've seen here, but it's a combination of what you put here and 2 slides ago that talked about the hiring in spaces. But I think we can sort of identify the higher paid tendency to be supervisorial positions. I'd love to see the data link between those to understand.
I'm happy to provide it. Just from casual observation, I've seen fair representation across the board when it comes to diversity. But your question is apropos, and it is data that I think I readily have available. So I will provide that. Thank you.
I guess in that same vein, I would also like to have that same information. But you said that recently, within the past 2 months, you guys have had personnel commission meetings that are available. So you should be having one next Wednesday, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Is it possible if we could attend if we were interested in furthering the discussion on how these hiring practices are being taken out? Because I've also been experiencing, well, actually my family members have been experiencing issues around within some of our institutions regarding having additional support as far as staff or classified, employees. And I'm interested to see how this issue of us trying to get people into these positions is kind of trickling down into how our students are actually getting support or actually getting into the college and getting the things that they need. But yes, if you guys are having that meeting, then next Wednesday, I would definitely like to attend, and please send over that information, the additional data as far as where these people are applying to or where they're going to overall.
To be fair, Mr. De La Huse already offered the invitation. Maybe we could just get a link to us and we should just send it out to the board. I also want to acknowledge that we have received the report. It's in our email boxes. Did you have another slide, Mr. Del Jose?
Well, there are more, but in conclusion, I was going to just basically make reference to, and I'll wrap it up, the actual disciplinary aspect of due process. And that is one of our unique features in that employees, classified employees who may find themselves disciplined, the process is in the midst of changing under state law. Till now, employees, classified employees would receive their disciplinary action and then appeal. The law has changed. I believe Governor Newsom has signed into law that, as with academic employee discipline, will occur, classified employee discipline will occur post appeal. So if there is, I'm working that out with our HR division. I believe this goes into effect in January. So it is something new. And so because the Personnel Commission is responsible for adjudicating any appeals, I wanted to make mention that is something that would not have been a part of this particular annual report, because this is from 21-22, but it is something that's new and it has to do with our role. And I did want to mention it here as I had the opportunity. And so that does, in general, conclude my report on the annual.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions from board members? Give me 1 second, Trustee Vettis. Anyone from that's online that has a question?
Yes, President Buelna, may I ask a question?
Please.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. De La Houssaye, for that very comprehensive report. I appreciate it, and I'm sure my colleagues on the board do as well. I have two. One's a question and a comment, and then I have another comment after my first question. Prior to your becoming the director, obviously we had a previous director who from time to time would go through and do classification studies and wound up reclassifying or star rating some of our investigators that work in the Office of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. And they were downgraded. So they were the investigators that do all of our, Title IX and harassment investigations, and they were downgraded and star rated. And I know the board had some concerns about that, but we didn't really have a voice or a say in how that office and those positions were reclassified. Subsequently, to the point that Ms. Echeverry made earlier in her public comment, we've had a lot of issues around speedy investigations, thorough investigations, accurate investigations, and the responsibility that those positions actually hold. So I'm wondering, is there a possibility that you could take another look at how those positions were downgraded? And then I have been getting a lot of feedback that office is not staffed adequately. And when I first got on the board, I chaired co-chaired actually with Dr. Burke, President Burke, a task force that rewrote our administrative reg C14. And so I'm hoping, and I realize everyone has a need, that office will receive kind of some top priority and that we can adequately staff that and those positions can come back to the level that they previously were. So that's just a comment. You don't have to answer me right now. And then my second question and comment is, we talk a lot about diversity and making sure that we're, reaching out and hiring smart. But I have witnessed, and this goes kind of to Trustee Callahan's comments, some of the hiring practices and the way we set up our interviews and our tests might actually create barriers for certain diverse communities to be able to get through the process. And so I'm hoping that that your commissioners can take a look at, the interview process right now. I know it's on Zoom and it's very strict in terms about, who can be in the room and where your phone can be. And they want to make sure people aren't cheating on tests. So I'm hoping that some of those antiquated sort of testing policies will be looked at and revised to come up to the modern times that we're in now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any response? I think there was a question inside the comment and a question inside the other comment. Want to address
Well,
any of that?
Well, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to respond that for the Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Office, we have been working very hard to address the need there, and it's a quite multifaceted, but we are moving forward with hiring a director there, and have for a bit of a while now a plan to move forward. So this is probably not the best place to discuss that in any further detail, but I'm happy to speak offline.
Okay. But you do have a plan, so.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
Drafted, discussed, met on, it's there.
I think that's just an important thing to know.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the board, because those positions take on, a lot of personal responsibility as well. That would be something we'd be really interested in making sure is moving along.
Oh, it is. I
Thank
assure
you. Thank you.
Trustee Moreno?
Yeah, I didn't have any questions.
Trustee Eno?
Hello, thank you for that comprehensive report. I'm still trying to understand the Personnel Commission, so I think your presentation was really helpful. I just had some questions. I know that the district did offer like a 2-year, like a 2-time CERP, and I know it probably really negatively impacted a lot of areas. And so you were talking about you showed us the chart, and then, sorry, it wasn't, this presentation wasn't on the board docs, but hopefully we can get it so I can continue to read it and get ask more questions and follow up with you. But you showed how there's a lot of reclassifications and only where people were moving mostly up or staying the same, but reclassified and one moving down. I was just wondering, when there's vacancies and you read and do the reclassifications, how you figure out the prioritization of who we hire and how the reclassification gets approved. Like, are you consulting with the divisions and the employees that work in those groups to know what areas are deficient and what needs to be filled? That's one question.
Well, when it comes to reclassifications of employees, it's based upon the duties performed, and the duties are fairly outlined, fairly precise in terms of what they might be. There are a lot of classifications, so it's difficult to give a real specific answer to that. But we do study the roles. We do talk to supervisors, the employees. We take a look at the work samples. We may even visit the employee and meet with them, at least historically, if they were on site. If they're not, there are other means that we will undertake to achieve that. And quite often they are either, when we're talking about a reclass, that's a little bit different than working out of class. So a reclassification might result in the need to establish a different classification for the department for which the incumbent is embedded. And that would result in that individual being compensated for the work that we determined they were doing out of class, and then potentially having the opportunity to enter the new position in an upward process.
Gotcha. And then, sorry, and then are you part of the factor that identifies the priority of who needs to be hired first as well? Or you just provide the recommendations?
Well, prioritization would be up to the hiring authority as to when they might want to fill those positions. I wouldn't, not myself, but the commission would not have any real say in who's going to get hired and when, outside of are they properly classified.
Gotcha. Okay, and then let's see. And then, sorry, earlier in your presentation, you were talking about the custodial hires.
Yes.
And how we filled that, but I think more recently too, in the circuits that a lot of us have been, meeting with different groups, there seems to be a huge, a concern with custodial vacancies and filling and the need to hire more. But based off of your personnel commission, we're okay with the number of staff? Okay.
I apologize for the representation that we're okay.
Okay.
There is going to be, regardless, an ongoing need of almost constant recruitment in those areas.
Gotcha.
There are all sorts of issues that are at core in the issue, even if a position is filled. There are issues of vacancies as well as people being out for various leave reasons. And so those positions, the work that gets done can't be put on hold. It needs to be addressed immediately. Cleanliness and public health are a huge priority. And so my comments were centered on the fact that we were able to outperform prior years in terms of recruitment for custodian.
I see. Sorry, and final question. I think you had mentioned that there were classification studies that you create right once you identify moving positions, classifications around, and then are those published or posted somewhere for public view so we understand why and how the positions were reclassified?
Yes, all of the Personnel Commission agendas are publicly posted. More recently, we moved them to board docs. And so can be viewed there. Anytime that there is a classification study, whether the change is recommended or no change is recommended, the explanation provided to the commissioners is there for the public to view. And the changes are only made once the commission votes to make those changes. If it involves upward movement and there's a dollar amount involved, which may impact the general fund or some other budget, that is presented to the board for final approval.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions for now.
Thank you. Trustee Henderson, any questions?
No questions. Thank
Trustee
you
Vela?
for that very thorough report.
Thank you.
Yeah, just keep me posted or keep us posted on kind of like, you mentioned the changes in people's behavior when it comes to applying for different positions and why they take so long. And obviously the pandemic really just changed everybody's perspective on what it means to get a job and what kind of field they want to go into. And I think that's something that I'm interested in. Obviously no rush on that, but I am curious to hear about that information as you navigate through the recruitment process. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Bella.
Thank you. I have a few questions here. So let me start with the first one. And I mentioned this out of the athletics committee report that I just did. And some of this, correct me if I'm wrong, it was AB 2160, the playground assistant reclassification thing that was out there.
Yeah,
I forget. We renew the numbers every year. So in the ad hoc committee, got a lot of feedback on positions that people used to hire, like a scoreboard, monitor, statistician, a PA announcer, handle the special event, the football game, basketball game, whatever, and lifeguards. We certainly, some of these are seasonal, some of them are just in that 3 to 4 month schedule of games, 4 or 5 games, 10 games, something like that. But there's been a number of concerns expressed through the athletic directors that this has been sort of a hard process to hire. It's taken quite a bit of time. Sometimes by the time we're ready to hire, the season's over and we've got to restart. Or so my question is this, and I know we did the sort of board conversations about AB 2160 right before COVID, and had sort of our dialogue and discussion and trying to sort of figure out what the right approach is. But how does our interpretation of those kinds of positions match up to essentially other community colleges out there? I get the sense, and there's a few of our athletic directors that sit on sort of the league and the regional consortiums and have indicated that we're just different than the rest of the system in terms of the way that we've made determinations for these short-term, part-time, seasonal type of hires. And I'm wondering if you have a response, and have you recently done a comparison as to the way others approach hiring these positions?
I'm confident we have recently done some research into that. As I stand here, I couldn't give you very many specifics. I know I am discussing, you mentioned pool lifeguard. That is one of the higher priority issues that I'm addressing right now. How do we manage to deal with them if we're looking to split their assignment up or potentially use them in different locations, or a need to use them at different times, trying to fit within budgets. There are a lot of issues surrounding, I'm aware of, the pool lifeguard matter. The other areas, I know my team is looking into how we compare to other nearby community college districts or just others that are competing for the same type of staff. And that is one of the interesting things about classified staff is quite often they can just go anywhere. That is something I've noted and I'm happy to get you an answer.
Because I know that in the ad hoc committee, we'd asked the chancellor, our legal team, if they can sort of follow back up in this area. And to ensure that, we're the most efficient, because some of the job, I know we sort of call it like a special event, but how do we deal with, football team that has a statistician that has a responsibility that they're doing for game management stuff? Very specialized, very hard to sort of attract. And, there is an outcry in terms of how hard that has just become when maybe the old system was much more casual in terms of the hiring as opposed to what we're doing now in terms of the classified process. But, it's been expressed in a way. I think we may have a solution because of a contractor service provided for at least the refereeing piece. But for the attendance, everybody who may take a ticket, who may stand at a gate, may open a door back and forth to allow people to use in. And then, the folks that may in-game management stuff seems to be a challenge quite a bit. So, and I think the chancellor and our general counsel were at the meeting and they can hear some of that expressed forward. But if that dialogue can happen with the personnel commission, that would be great. The second thing is, there's I'm gonna combine this in a couple of different ways. There's often been, and we've heard it at our level, that just sort of the length of time it takes to sort of replace a position. Is the position, as the commission, engaging in benchmarking? Do you put on a regular basis, how long is it taking to fill positions and comparable from year to year, position to position? Like, is it harder to fill a supervisorial position? Is it harder to fill, somebody who's in the janitorial side?
We are mindful of how long it might take to do something in terms of filling positions or recruiting for something. Just to give you kind of a snapshot
between that,
between
types of positions, or are we?
Yes,
one timetable altogether.
There is a distinction between the type of position that you may be recruiting for and the length of time it may take. Ultimately, there are occasions where we have to pull something off of the recruitment site and retool it because we're just not getting responses. Sometimes we have to go ahead and do a new salary study, and you will see in the report where we did a very large number of salary studies trying to constantly adjust what it meant to recruit, just finding things difficult. And again, it's in no small part because the labor market shifted. However, I don't accept that as the final answer to the scenario. And yes, there are reasons why we might appear to take a long time. And one of them, just to give you an example, is that when we go to post, we try to post for a consistent length of time, at a minimum, 5 weeks. For some people, that just seems like an enormous amount of time, but you have to cast the net and you do have to wait to see what you catch. So we could post and just move on, but we wouldn't have anyone. So the efforts that are employed are necessary. Also, as I indicated, we do these salary studies. If it results in a compensation change, that goes before the commission, and then it goes before the board, and then we recruit. And that could take some time.
Do we have a sense of what the total hiring time is on average?
Quick would be 2 months.
Is that average? What's our average?
I would say 3 months would probably be average if we were looking at something that was normal. Now, faster could be 6 weeks. There are other issues, for example, getting a rating panel together. And I think every hiring authority here would agree that sometimes getting your panel together to follow the rules, you end up with additional lengths of time just to get somebody on board who's going to evaluate the applicant.
6 weeks to 8 weeks. Average is somewhere around 3.5 months.
About 3 months would be average,
months
I
would
would
be
think,
average,
from the point where
and-
we started and ultimately hired someone.
The longer delays are as of either salary, and that could be up to how many months?
Potentially, if we have to go back and take another look at the classification itself, sometimes we will even adjust the requirements for the position, assuming that we're still going to get a quality candidate.
So now on the cases where there's I'm hearing, I hear 6 weeks, and I'm like, okay, 6 weeks I can live with. I can, 6 months very hard to swallow. But I would like to say that I think on a regular basis, it's important to review not just when we can't hire, but to review the position, review the duties and responsibilities, just to make sure that we're like being more proactive as opposed to what it sounds like is maybe a little bit reactive in terms of the timetable that takes to get a hire. Just make that as a general comment. I know a lot of people are going through this as well, but I do the last 2 points I want to raise, and they're probably connected in some sense. Does the commission engage in any sort of branding or framing of the jobs? Like, are we 21st century jobs? Are we, how do we sort of appeal? I mean, the vast majority of people are now applying online and using sites from everything from LinkedIn to whatever the 1,000 job sites that are out there. But how do we fit in terms of, and how does the commission sort of pursue the branding of LACC jobs out in the new higher atmosphere?
Yes, we do engage in that. We do have a presence on LinkedIn. One of my staff is, I want to put him in the younger bracket, but old enough to know what he's doing. He is the face of it. He's recruiting, and he's doing an excellent job of getting the word out. We are online. Our applications are accepted online. We're with GovJob, EdGov, government jobs, LinkedIn, all the major sites. We have a budget for that. We are recruiting in those areas. And the word is getting out. We're getting responses. There are people looking at those sites. We're getting the hits. It's a matter of actually capturing the applicants and whether or not they show up for the interviews. And so in essence, we can see that we're being viewed. We can tell that people are looking at our jobs, and we are doing our best to brand them in such a way that it's attractive. And based upon the information we're receiving, it does seem to be effective. It's just not ultimately doing what we'd like it to do.
Now, and I'll end with this. If there was something better we can do than we're doing now, what would it be? That area.
Well, the first thing that popped into my head that is I need more people. But that aside, I'm working with the chancellor's office with HR, and we're trying to come up with a better way. I don't want to violate anything. I don't want to break any, what's the word that I'm searching for? I don't want to do anything that looks as though we're reaching in directions we maybe shouldn't. And what I mean by that is showing too much focus in any one area that it looks like we're neglecting the larger groups of people. I'm at a loss for how to describe what I'm thinking. But we are making every effort. And I can't think of a site we don't have a platform or presence on. And we get plenty of input. I meet with the bargaining groups. If you have a suggestion,
I just, I guess I just wanted to put it in the context of the other jobs out there. It's like when I watch and I pull up the PDFs and I just scan it just to see what we look like. Sometimes it feels like we're a little bit behind. And I'm not trying to take it as I think you're operating within the context of your budget, the context of your staff. And so I think I'm asking for it as a way to be better and faster and shorter times to hire and to be a destination, but preferred place to put in applications. And I'm not even getting to retention side. That retention side is a different question, which is also part of a personnel commission dialogue as well. And it's the merit piece and the sort of fairness piece that you would hope that would be part of the retention. But just to be sort of the preferred place to work, finding that status. How do we get to that? So this is just a good place, good institution, preferred place to be. We certainly have those challenges as well in our HR side of our staff and presidents. We have these dialogues a lot, but I just want to be sure that as we're having them there, we have them also in the classifieds.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Any final question? Seeing none.
Yes, Mr. Luce, thank you so much for the
Thank you, Mr.
report.
Douglas.
The board does have a full copy of the annual report. It was sent earlier this week, along with the last part of the chancellor's report. And I thank the board for indulging on a longer than usual monthly report. The last aspect that deals with the work of the ad hoc committee on answering the question whether or not there would be interest in offering courses in languages other than English or in language, as has been described. And earlier in September, we reported that we did a student survey, and that student survey was done in-house from our research office under the auspices of Dr. Alba Lopez. And it indeed showed that there was some interest by current students. That was a pool of about 22 to 2,500 students who ultimately responded. And so the subsequent question was, is there interest in the community? We outsourced that a poll, and indeed earlier in October, we got about 1,500 respondents to this particular survey. And I will just read to you now of the top lines. This is from the preliminary results. We expect the full report to be available in a couple of weeks, but we thought it would be important at this meeting to share some of the initial findings because it is informing what we may do during our winter session with respect to a pilot. Question we're trying to answer is there an interest? And if there is, who is the audience? What might be the preferred modality? Which courses would be most interesting and useful to both students and community folks, and in which language? And ultimately, once we determine what that could be in-house at our colleges, what are our support systems for these populations? So no small feat to determine, but again, this is all informing our views on all of this. So here are the top lines from the 1,500 completers of this particular survey. 8 in 10 LA County residents, and that's who was polled, not just district, but county, are in support of our district adding in-language classes to the curriculum offerings. More than 2/5, about 44% of students are currently attending a community college, agree that language is a barrier to successfully entering or finishing school. Most adults who were surveyed agreed, 7 in 10, that 71% currently enrolled in our community colleges are personally interested in taking in-language classes. They could be enrolled at other community colleges as well. 63% of those planning to attend community college or vocational programs would also like to take in-language classes. 1/3 of previous students might consider taking, returning, to take in-language classes, 1/3 of those students. And then just so you are aware, about 57% of adults in LA County speak a language other than English. And the majority of LA County residents, about 52%, are interested or know someone who would be interested in taking in-language community college vocational classes. So those are some of the top line statistics from the preliminary results that were put together. We do expect to present the full results on November the 19th. As Dr. Bolna had mentioned, we are providing and sponsoring a statewide conference as part of the league's convention later this month. And then again, it will inform what we offer in part during the winter session of 2023. Again, establishing audience, modality in person versus online or hybrid, which courses might be most useful. And according to this last survey, the top 5 disciplines are business, finance, and real estate, general education, medical and health sciences, environmental sciences, and nursing and healthcare, at least from those who were polled. And there are other areas that also polled strongly. Those are the top 5. So Dr. Wellnut, members of the board, that concludes the Chancellor's report for this month. Again, thank you for your indulgence.
Are there any questions from board members with regard to the in-language comments that the Chancellor?
I have a question.
Steve first.
Thank you. Chancellor, the interest appears, I mean, I don't know how we compiled the 1,500, but the interest appears high. So I'm not sure if it was self-selected or what, but regardless of what it is, if there's 1,500 people here that are interested in taking classes, what has been the barrier in the past? I don't think we've talked about this prior. We are able to offer classes in language. We have sort of the state structure that's accompanied with an English class or an English ESL class as well. But even in this pool, if there's 1,500 people here with, what is it, like 60-70% interest, some cases to take a language class, just trying to understand where it went off, or it was not considered because I think we've done classes, in language in a few areas, but just to get deeper at targeting the population and whether it's per school or areas, I think what was mentioned, city colleges, the sort of greatest interest, and certainly city colleges have been well recognized as being probably the greatest diversity of languages in the district, and a very, very busy and very active immigrant community around City College. But what has been sort of the decision-making process to not think about, hey, let's do, whether it's community service classes, whether it's my big takeaways in the survey is they wanted in functional career path spaces, right? Business oriented, could be. I most wonder if it's like small business entrepreneurship that's coalescing around people who are busy, people who are potentially running a business that could use some additional support systems. It felt like that's a natural connection to make, and whether that's in an academy or whether it's in a traditional class style, how do we go from sort of not having a whole bunch to sort of acknowledging that there's a group of at least 1,500 survey that has a high interest.
Chancellor, could you describe both that
Yes.
way? But
Right. It was an online survey. It was presented in both English and Spanish. It was oversampled with Spanish dominant language users. And they collected ultimately 1,500 surveys amongst adults 18 and above who live in LA County. So the vast majority, 1,250 of those, were sourced from an opt-in research panel that was guided by by Social Quest, our firm that we outsource with. And I mentioned 250 were Spanish dominant Latinos from a phone sample. So it was oversampled for reasons that the Spanish is the most dominant other language than English in LA County. So that's who the pool was. With respect to the why we haven't done more of this, well, this is the first time we've actually formally sampled both students and sampled community as to whether or not there would be a strong interest. Before, it was classes that we offered, there was interest, but it was not district-wide. It was located at particular institutions, mostly in the career and technical vocational areas. So this gives us more information to make this actually potentially a strategic advantage and something that is could boost enrollments, something that could boost skill sets. And really there are the audiences are going to vary. Are we trying to attract new entrants into the higher education market? The answer is yes. Those who've not entered at all, been formally educated or have access to higher education, we certainly want to attract that pool of individuals, and there are many of those, but also corresponding with our interests with adult learners to attract individuals who aren't working, who need to be reskilled or upskilled so that they can get the higher wage positions or positions that would be different than the current vocation that they're working at now. So again, those are pretty important questions. And I would just simply say that we are now looking through the work of the ad hoc committee, through our work with the adult education work group, really looking to attract adult learners to our academic shores, if you will. So that's what I would say why. And then this winter session, we're going to try it. We're going to try, informed by some of these results, by some of the areas that I pointed out that were of strong interest. There was interest in the areas that I mentioned, but there was also interest ranging from 17 to 20% of those surveyed in things such as hospitality and tourism, social work, ECE, fashion design, government and public service, food production, engineering. So there's a wide variety of spectrums. Of course, we couldn't do all those at once. So our interest is at the pilot, see what might stick, and to really use this as both a comparative and competitive advantage for LACC colleges.
Trustee Moreno.
Yes, this is the first time I've ever heard we had the legal ability to offer classes that are state funded in another language. Is that a change in the law that allows us now to do something we've never done before? I don't remember ever having the authority, and maybe I should be, maybe somebody should correct me if I'm wrong, that we have the authority to use state funds for the purpose of offering classes that will be limited in terms of who may take the class by virtue of the language that it's being offered. We've offered language classes, and we offer many language classes, many different languages. But I don't understand how now we are able now to talk about the idea of offering a curriculum purely dedicated in another language would then exclude then our English speaking students.
Mr. Moreno, I thank you for your question. There is a legal authority to do so. We did seek a legal opinion on this. I'll ask our general counsel to weigh in just a little bit more, but it is permissible under certain conditions to offer in-language courses in particular areas. So General Counsel Medina, can you share more?
Yeah, for state funding now.
Yes, that is correct.
Yes, Chancellor and Trustee Moreno, it is the case that there is legal authority to provide as a community college courses in languages other than English. It is higher education, so you have significantly more discretion than if this were a K through 12. So it is the pilot that you are proposing is legally permitted.
So the funding formula, now we're not a university system. We're basically an extension of K through 12, or actually K through 14 for many years. Are you suggesting now that that we are now for the first time able to do that? Is this a new interpretation? Is there anyone else in the state that is engaged in this? And could you cite the provision that you're talking about that somehow now authorizes us to do this? And then finally, I guess another question: why would we want to do that? How does this prepare a student to enter our this country's ability and compete in English if the classes we're offering are another language?
Let me answer two of those pieces, maybe starting with the last question that you answered first. Well, we believe that there are individuals who are non-English dominant speakers who could benefit from a higher education, who speak other languages other than English. And because we are legally permitted to do so at a community college and our discretion to offer courses, education, vocational training to learners, that we can, should we choose to do so. And through the work of the ad hoc committee and other interests that we have, we want to extend our education to a wider swath of individuals who may not have English as their principal and dominant language. So that's the answer to that. It is legally permissible. We did seek legal counsel on this, Mr. Moreno, before pursuing our interest in scheduling and whatnot, and happy to forward that legal opinion to the entire board for their discretion. Ms. Medina, anything else to add?
No, it's just that we are relying on the education code that allows the governing board and the district significant discretion in identifying courses that can be offered.
I will also add that the board was sent the legal opinion under privilege. It's in your email box. So my recommendation is that everyone review it.
President Bona, really quick, because I've been waiting. Yeah, I really support us looking at this as a way to, see if we could bring in additional enrollment. I know in my role as a K-12 board member in Montebello Unified, our adult schools were able to teach math and other courses in different languages. It was very common, due to our community. We had a lot of Mandarin and speakers, as well as Spanish, and these were some of the courses that they, had to take in order to receive their high school diploma. So I don't know why there's so much ambivalence on it. I assume it's more on a philosophical point, but it's okay to look at it. I think we can all make a decision whether we want to embark in this journey, fully. But again, I think looking at it has its value on an enrollment side to me. So, if we could continue to do that, that'd be great.
I'm going to say a couple things. One, I think it might be worth our while to quote unquote make public. I wanted to say de-confidential, but make public legal opinion. There's really no reason. General counsel's like, no, don't do that. But no, I think there should be, or at the very least, if we can go to, you know, if there is some questions to get something that is a public, maybe it's an attorney general's, what they call it when they do their opinions, right? Just to sort of understand that like this is a pathway. It's like the key principal part of our offering is just within the context of English as a second language. I think maybe that's the piece that Mr. Moreno is disconnected with in terms of our dialogue, because it is part of a pathway to English learning as well. And we do have examples of that in other places. So, so that was the one thing that was not made sort of clear in the conversation. It is part of an English as a second language pathway.
Well, let me just say that's an opinion. I'm not disagreeing with you, but it's also a point of learning. You know, you have, I think what the surveys are telling us is that folks are saying, for instance, in legal work and paralegals, they may need to learn how to take a class in Spanish because they're working with Spanish-speaking clients. You might do health services. So I think we are looking at this entire issue because the big elephant in the room is English only, you know, and the English only ideology, you know, that's been there. So we're looking at, and especially if you're looking at Latino retention, recruitment, and without looking at this issue, we're missing a large chunk. So yeah, English, do we want everyone to learn English? Absolutely. But you have folks who may take classes because they just want to learn. They just want to take the additional accounting class. You may want to take that literature class. So the question is it only English only? And it's an ideological question. It's a question about diversity, equity, access. It's a question that is going to cause controversy, but people have to ask themselves, if there is someone who wants to take a calculus class or a group of 20 and they speak Spanish and they want to take that class in Spanish, are we going to say no? And if we are going to say no, why are we saying no?
President Buelna, I mean, I yes and no. I mean, I think the courses themselves, you know, are out there already. I think the demand is going to dictate whether that course is going to have another course that could be offered in another language. And I think you would see that rightfully so in the Valley, perhaps, or, you know, in other areas of the district where there's a need, for example, for or if there's demand for another language other than like Spanish, there could be a demand for Armenian, for, you know, Mandarin or others. So I think for us to really look at the demand of that particular language is going, or that course being taught in another language is kind of the way I think we should be able to see this a little bit clearer.
Right. And that's where the pilot study is going to be.
I don't want it to become that we're trying to not offer courses because if they're not taught in another language, then that's not what this is about. This is about ensuring that the demand is met from that community, that if they would like to take a math course, but they can't take it in English, there's an option. And I think that's perfectly okay as we discuss this moving forward. I don't see this as attacking an English only or attacking a point of view it is controversial, but I do think demand is ultimately going to clear this all up.
Correct.
Yeah.
Any additional comments? Thank you. Great. Thank you. Oh, back to the agenda. Okay, we stopped at G. Moving on, board members, we now have for our review and consent items I1 through V2. Are there any items that any board member would have a question or would like to pull for a separate vote? To start on my right-hand side, anything? None. Bettis? None? Anyone online?
No.
Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to adopt all remaining items in combined consent calendar in I1 through V2?
So moved.
By trustee Henderson, seconded by trustee Eno. Any additional comment? Seeing none, roll call.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote,
Yes.
trustee Boulna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Moreno,
Yes.
trustee Vella, trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Board members, we now will review items W1 through W7. Are there any items that any board member has a question or would like to pull for a separate vote? Online, if you could just be loud, you just say or stay silent or just say yes. To my right? Anything?
I don't understand.
May I have a motion to approve items W1 through W7? Moved by
Moved.
trustee Henderson and second by trustee Eno. Any comments? Seeing none, roll call.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote,
Yes.
trustee Boulna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Moreno,
Yes.
trustee Vella,
Yes.
trustee Vettis.
Yes.
Okay, moving on to business items. May I have a motion, a second? We will now be reviewing items X1 through X10. Are there any items which anyone requires any additional questions or would like to pull for a separate vote? I'm going to start to my left.
I just have a general question. They're all station agreements.
Okay. Anything else on my right-hand side? Anything from online board members? Okay, seeing none, after we take this. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by
So
trustee,
moved.
second by trustee Eno. Trustee Bettis, question?
Thank you. So my question here is we're doing an additional 1-year extension with our annual reviews. Chancellor, I think we've had this dialogue through the years about foundations. Some of the foundations are really quite large. Some of the foundations are somewhat small. We've had, a number of questions in terms of sort of oversight and those kinds of things. We've been trying to read all those things and doing a better job there. But I just wanted to get a sense and some feedback on, there was some dialogue in the past where the district's foundation may take a more active role in some of the college's smaller foundations. And this doesn't appear to be that. So I'm curious if you can update us as to why we've gone from that conversation to now renewing, essentially proposing to renew everybody as they exist.
Yes, these are extensions through December 31st of 2023. It will allow all the foundations noted there, including the district foundation, to remain intact and purposeful, and for the purposes of the state, legal. So this conforms with that. The larger question as to smaller foundations and larger foundations. First, you all know that we've made a recent hire in Kelly King, who serves as our Chief Advancement Officer. We've had conversations about this very, very question, Mr. Vettis, and indeed, she is providing support to those colleges that are less capable for a variety of reasons, and providing some infrastructure support in other ways that they could fulfill their essential functions as a college foundation. We are also assessing if there's a different model in place that could be ultimately deployed for the can build synergy between the foundations and ultimately more philanthropic support for the students that we are serving. So both things are occurring now. The smaller, less capable foundations, if I could call it that, for the moment, are receiving the kind of infrastructure support that allows them to function.
Answer and Ms. King, it's good to see you here again. I wonder if in the exploration of the foundations, that perhaps as a good alternative, if they are challenged in terms of growth and functionality in terms of a regular large foundation, maybe explore alumni associations as a credible sort of between. I don't think we've had anything but like either a local foundation or the district foundation. There was nothing in the middle. And I think we've seen at least one example of a strong alumni association that may actually be functionally a better place for some schools. It takes less infrastructure. The fear always with foundations, and I think we've seen it with some of the larger ones, is sometimes you end up colliding with each other and seeking of support. And we've had those over the years at least during my time being president. I know there's a couple times we had to be traffic cop.
That's right.
In terms of making sure you don't collide into each other. But from the standpoint where the foundations all individually look like they're doing the same kind of thing, alumni associations, clearly there's a distinction. If that's something that could be explored much more deeply and maybe even provide the support system for that, I think for some of the smallers that have had trouble infrastructure wise and staffing wise, that might be a really worthwhile experience for us as a board of trustees to lend support and invest in. We'll have that alumni.
That is part of the consideration. Thank you.
Any additional comments? Seeing none, roll call.
I need a motion.
What if Peter could present us?
But well, I need a motion for what?
No, we did.
Oh, X.
It was a motion.
Oh, okay.
Trustee Henderson made it and Trustee Eno seconded.
Thank you. Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buolna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Moreno,
Yes.
trustee Vela,
Yes.
trustee Veras.
Yes.
Thank you.
Board members, we will now move review items Y1 through Y3. Are there any items for additional questions or to be pulled for a separate vote? I'm going to start from the online board members. Seeing none? Anyone? Right? Seeing none? May I have a motion and a second on items Y1 through Y3? Motion by trustee Vela.
Second, Callahan.
Oh, you can only second.
Yeah, he seconded
Oh, he's second.
Henderson first.
Oh, Henderson, trustee Henderson first, and soon trustee Henderson second. Any additional comments? Seeing none, roll call.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buolna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Moreno,
Yes.
trustee Vela,
Yes.
trustee Veras.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to human resources items. This is where I read to everyone and you can take a little mental break. Before we proceed to vote on the next two action items in regard to employment actions for college president and district executives, I'll read the following language for the record. Pursuant to Government Code 54953 C3, which is part of the Brown Act, we are required to make an oral summary of proposed action on the salary schedules or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits for all executive level positions as defined subdivision D of Government Code section 3511.1 during the open meeting in which the action is to be taken. In our case, we need to provide such a summary for the positions such as chancellor, the vice chancellor, and the college presidents. The agenda item now before us includes an employment action for Vice Chancellor of Human Resources, Ms. Ayana Williams, effective November 21st, 2022, with salary placement on step 4, $22,660.84. Don't forget the cents per month. Ms. Williams will receive the $500 per month car allowance, and she will be entitled to the same health and welfare benefits as received by other unrepresented administrators, including retiree health benefits. I have a motion and a second on item Z1.
So moved.
Trustee Henderson, seconded by trustee Eno. Any comments? Seeing none, roll call.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Buolna,
Yes.
trustee Henderson,
Yes.
trustee Hoffman,
Yes.
trustee Eno,
Yes.
trustee Moreno,
Yes.
trustee Vela,
Yes.
trustee Veras.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We will now move to, recommendations from the chancellor. Next, we'll move on to recommendation from Chancellor. Chancellor, would you provide a brief explanation on the next agenda item?
Yes, this is our continuous reformatting of board policies to the league models, and this deals with board policy 7131 that deals with the replacement or repair of employees' personal property. So this is, it replaces our previous board rule, and you can see the written changes and recommendations that we are making there. It's just a reformatting, and we'd like for your approval, please.
I'll take a motion. Motion was moved by Trustee Vela. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. General Counsel, Mr. Jeter, I know you're in the back there, Mr. Jeter, but I always ask this question about this board policy. Is there about any board policy change? Is there any board from this board policy? Is there anything that we have, should we, as a board, we should be either concerned about anything, any red flag? Is there anything that you think we may have a specific concern about, since you guys are legal experts?
Thank you, Board President, for the opportunity to advise on that. No, we have reviewed this policy.
Okay, and just General Counsel, before you came in, Mr. Jeter would answer all those questions, and he would say the exact same thing, right, Mr. Jeter?
Mr. Jeter still answers all those questions. He just gives me the answer.
Okay, thank you. Roll call. Oh, any other questions?
So just to employees' personal property, is this like, does it range from, go back to Mr. Dean, I'll go back to my old, is this like potholes? Is there a fender bender with a pole in the garage? But and certainly those are more than $500, or is it like an iPhone getting lost or an iPad getting lost? Putting down a set of earrings or a necklace on your desk and walking away and it's not. What is it? Like, pretty broad. Sorry.
I'm sorry. It could potentially include any of the scenarios that you've identified. Each claim that is submitted is analyzed to determine whether or not the district in fact believes they are liable for some reason. So whatever is submitted is analyzed by generally the risk management to determine whether or not there is any liability, with advice from the Office of General Counsel when necessary.
With a max of $500.
I believe that's
correct.
Yes.
Any other questions? Seeing none, roll call.
I actually did have a question.
Oh,
So
okay.
the maximum payment for the loss or replacement would be 500. What kind of served as the benchmark for choosing 500 instead of maybe 600, 700 as far as price ranges to set as the maximum?
And I'm going to look to Dr. Nish to see if she has any additional insight. But generally, what's taking place right now is we have what they call league policies, which is throughout California, all of the community colleges come together to devise policies that work most effectively or are the best practices. And this is the amount that has been determined to be an amount that's fair and reasonable. Obviously, if there is a loss that is above and beyond the $500, they can still, the individual employee may still submit a claim, but it would travel a different process than the policy, board policy 7131.
Okay, so if it goes above 500, then it would just go through like a longer route, but it could still potentially be resolved.
Would require additional analysis. It could potentially still be denied and proceed to another complaint or even a lawsuit. So there is nothing that precludes an employee from submitting a claim, but it will be analyzed individually. And if in fact it merits approval, we'll make that recommendation. It would normally come under anticipated litigation or some other claim rather than through this board policy, which is an expedited process.
I think that's it for me.
Roll call.
Student trustee Callahan's advisory vote.
Yes.
Trustee Boulna.
Yes.
Trustee Henderson.
Yes.
Trustee Hoffman.
Yes.
Trustee Eno.
Yes.
Trustee Moreno.
Yes.
Trustee Vela.
Yes.
Trustee Vettis.
Yes.
President Buelna,
Yes. Trustee Hoffman.
I'm sorry, I should have spoken up, but we went kind of quickly. We just approved a new hire in our Vice Chancellor of Human Resources. And while the Chancellor was able to bring her, for us to meet in closed session a couple weeks ago, it might be nice if Chancellor, you can give a little introduction. I think I'm on Zoom, obviously, but I think you said that Ms. Williams is here in the boardroom, and maybe she'd like to say a few words, and we of course like to congratulate her and let the community know who she is and a little bit about her background and where she's coming from. It might be nice to introduce her to our LACCD community since she's in the boardroom. That's okay.
Just to be fair, just want to make sure she may not be prepared. Just want to ask if you would like, or we could do it at the next board meeting. It's up to you.
Hey, Ms. Williams, yeah, please come to the podium. And we're very pleased.
Thank you, Chancellor.
Sure. And just tell us a little bit about yourself. I know that she's currently working for LA Metro and is a proud former student at West LA College. We're going on to UCLA and then on. Oh, okay. All right. All right. I was going to go on and on. Never mind. Ms. Williams, please.
Absolutely.
Continue.
You were doing great.
I was just getting warmed up. Please.
Thank you all for your vote of confidence and your vote of support. I appreciate this opportunity very, very much, and I'm very grateful to be here. I am born and raised in Los Angeles as well, in addition to being a Bruin. Go Bruins. I also am a graduate of Cal State Dominguez Hills. I got a master's public administration there. I am a licensed attorney, graduated from Arizona State University. For that, go Sun Devils. That's right. Yay. I'm a longtime labor relations professional who transitioned into human resources as the former Associate Vice President of HR for Glendale Community College before going to LA Metro. So I have a lot of knowledge and experience in LA. I look forward to working with all of our labor partners and supporting all of you in the best way that I can. You'll let me know, I'm sure. And I'm ready to get to work. So I will be here on the 21st, looking forward to that. And my door will always be open.
Thank you very much and welcome.
Thank you.
To item BB, Chancellor, are there any notices and informatives?
We would like to present to the Board of Trustees is the 2023 proposed schedule of board meetings. So this is a notice that no action is necessary for this meeting, but if you could take a look at that, note any particular changes or recommendations. We have reviewed it for the general kinds of factors that we look at for other board meetings throughout the calendar years. So please, if there's no action necessary today, but again, this is notice. If you could let us know if there are any concerns about the board meetings themselves, the business meetings, and then the secondary standing committee meetings that are noted there. So we would note that for your perusal. Also, we do have chapter 3 of board policies. No action is necessary today. This relates to emergency response plans. Board policy 3505, no action necessary today. So please review that. It's been reviewed by our team. We will be presenting that at the December 14th meeting for your review and prospective approval. Then the last item is simply for just to receive the annual financial and budget report. The budget committee will be asking and we'll be having a special meeting to adopt the audits for this calendar year. That will be coming up most likely on December the 7th. Then we'll be presenting the results of that at the December 14th meeting. So stay tuned for that. So this is simply a receipt and file report for your edification.
Thank you. Chancellor, with regard to the holidays, have all holidays, has it been vetted for all of the major religions and holidays and to make sure that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We do that as a matter of practice.
Okay. Any questions from board members? No action is required, but any questions? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move on to public comment. And I believe we have about 30 speakers. So to the speakers, you have 3 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and call speakers up, whether online or in person. You have exactly 3 minutes. Please come to the board to the microphone. Please verbalize your name and the item that you're speaking. At 3 minutes, the board secretary is going to ring it. Please respect that ring, as I will enforce it as well. We're going to start with Grace Chi, who is on Zoom. Grace.
Hi, thank you very much. Honorable Board of Trustees, Chancellor. You may know me as the West Chapter President of the AFT 1521 LA College Faculty Guild and a member of COPE. I'm an ardent healthcare advocate for all of our faculty, part and full-time. You may also be aware that we, AFT 1521 and CFT, advocated for $200 million in our California state budget in annual funding to reimburse our colleges for adjunct faculty healthcare. We faculty here at the LACCD, we love our jobs, teaching students here at the district, the people's colleges. We faculty should not have to suffer poverty or choose between our health or paying our bills for the noble jobs we love. We ask that you support our, number one, support our bargaining efforts in implementing the $200 million that we work so hard to achieve for adjunct faculty healthcare. Extend our two current adjunct faculty healthcare MOUs with the LACCD to 2023 while we wait to negotiate. One of our dear West adjunct faculty colleagues was diagnosed last month with terminal cancer after nearly 30 years of service. The uncertainty of his end of life is exacerbated by the uncertainty of his health insurance beyond 2022. As I mentioned, 2 current MOUs expire, potentially leaving 340 adjunct faculty without affordable health care. Should he lose his health insurance, and how long does he wait in limbo for the district? Please help us do the jobs we love. Healthcare is a fundamental human right, including vision and dental. Healthy faculty make for better student learning conditions. Please do the right thing and let us at the LACCD do the right thing. We can be better. LACCD can be better. And I thank you in advance for your support.
Thank you. The next 3 speakers are, so that way you can just line up as soon as possible. Kristen Yegoyan, Fatima Baldiwawa, Logan Fisher, I believe are all in person. So Kristen first, then Fatima, then Logan.
Good afternoon. My name is Kristen Yegoyan. I'm student as well as student worker at LA Valley College. I moved to the United States of America 4 years ago and realized how lucky I am to have this amazing opportunity to study and work here. Professors and counselors have helped me to believe that I'm capable of achieving my goals. I believe that every person should have an equal rights and access to healthcare. Currently, we have part-time professors in this district who are afraid to go to the doctor when they're sick because they know they can't afford it. They risk their lives because one of the doctors, when they see Dr. Bill, they can't afford. The consequence of this is we will not be able to retain talented and committed professors who already go above and beyond for students like me. Dear Board of Trustees and Chancellor, investment in our adjunct professors ensures quality and student-centered learning, but it's also the right thing to do. I hope that today we can get your support to secure ongoing and accessible healthcare for our community college educators. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Fatima?
Hello. Good evening, everyone. My name is Fatima Baldiwala,
And I just want to add on to what Christine said. In my family, we are afraid to go to the doctors. My deductible is so high that if ever I fall sick, and I was sick during COVID, a doctor's visit is an absolute no-no. So anyway, I want to make my point across with a poem I just wrote, literally minutes before this meeting. So this is my poem. The work never stops until one drops with pains to our physique or dead of fatigue. Voting for healthcare parity is not charity. It is the right thing to do. A vote you will not rule. For part-time faculty living in austerity, your vote is an act of equity. LACCD leads the way. Amongst all other community colleges, LACCD precedes. This is your moment in time. Waste not this plea in rhyme. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Logan Fisher, and after Logan, Gina Fontaine.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Logan Fisher. I'm a LACCD student from Los Angeles Pierce College. Both of my parents are educators and my dad is adjunct faculty at Antioch University. I, like many other LACCD students, am blessed to receive my health insurance through my parents. By not prioritizing adjunct faculty healthcare and sitting down with us, you're denying thousands of faculty and their families like me their basic human right of healthcare. When faculty have to juggle meeting their and their families' basic needs with their jobs, it makes it difficult for them to focus on their students and their quality of education. I urge the board to realize this is not a game and you are playing with people's lives and jeopardizing the quality of education of all of our students. This should be the board's #1 priority. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Gina Fontaine. After Gina, Phyllis Eckler on Zoom, and Eleanor Moreno on Zoom.
Good day. I'm Gina Fontaine, and I've been employed as an adjunct faculty at Los Angeles Southwest College for the past 13 years. Today, I stand before you with two objectives. First, that the MOUs that guarantee quality health care coverage be renewed for the continued health and protection of adjunct faculty members. Second, that the board votes in favor of the $200 million, which would fully reimburse the district for the cost of health coverage for this vulnerable population. Furthermore, I assert that the district has an ethical obligation to do so for 3 reasons. Number 1, the provision of quality health care is a human right and quality of life issue. Second, now more than ever, as we prepare to re-enter the classroom, it is a public safety issue. Last, but certainly not least, it's a matter of life or death. Allow me to uplift a story about my colleague. Dr. Don Chanel Clybourne was an adjunct professor who taught a variety of history classes over the past decade at Los Angeles Southwest College and throughout the district. Dr. Clybourne was a family man, diehard Bruin, a hip hop enthusiast, a fierce historian, passionate educator, student advocate, and community stakeholder. His aspiration to join the ranks of tenured faculty were primary. Nevertheless, however, he suffered a stroke which left him physically compromised with weak limbs and slightly slurred speech. Nevertheless, he returned to the classroom prematurely with the same enthusiasm, contagious grin, and light in his eyes, but also with the added pressure of having to acquire more teaching assignments to pay medical bills and to retain his much-needed insurance. Instead of sufficiently rehabilitating, he returned, traveling from place to place, campus to campus, while his body continued to betray him. Dr. Clybourne died last month, never having acquired tenure. Guaranteed health coverage would have allowed his full rehabilitation, reduced the physical and emotional stress of commuting from place to place, and provided insurance for his family. I reiterate, health insurance is a quality of life issue. In March of 2020, I arrived at the BSS building at Los Angeles Southwest College. I was hosting an internship fair and was anticipating administrators from local community-based organizations. As I approached the building, I saw a man in a white. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Phyllis Eckler, Eleanor Moreno, Jessica St. Paul. Phyllis?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Phyllis Eckler, and I'm a 30-year LACCD adjunct faculty employee, and I teach currently at LA City College. I have 90 students in my 3 classes. I work hard to teach, support, and encourage them every day. This coming January, 43% of my salary will go to pay health premiums for myself and my husband. That will come to a whopping $17,450 a year. This isn't right. When our state budget has set aside $200 million in ongoing funds to reimburse districts for adjunct health benefits. I appreciate what you on the Board of Trustees do for the employees of this district. You as elected officials have the awesome responsibility for setting strong goals and standards for administrators, faculty, and staff across our 9 campuses. However, of all the people that work there, who I've just mentioned, all of them have full health benefits except for adjunct faculty. Like myself, this district's Board of Trustees works many hours as part-timers. Yet, as part-timers, they receive full family benefits for their work. Meanwhile, long-serving adjuncts like myself go without this coverage. Is this fair? I urge you to make ongoing affordable and quality health care for adjunct faculty a board goal. I would love to see you take action now to improve the situation before January 2023. Our union is ready to negotiate, and we urge you to begin sitting at the table with them to negotiate before January 2023. So I hope I can count on you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Eleanor Moreno.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Eleanor Moreno, and I have been a sociology adjunct professor for the Department of Behavioral and Social Sciences at Los Angeles Southwest College for 9 years. I'm here today to urge you to prioritize negotiations for the $200 million in our state budget to improve healthcare for part-time faculty in our district, as well as to extend the 2 current MOUs for our healthcare that are set to expire in December. During the pandemic, I was worried about losing my health insurance, as I also started to lose my assignments. Despite the MOU, our union negotiated to protect adjunct faculty healthcare. The district's negligence and oversight resulted in the loss of my health coverage for an entire year. This was a scary time for me because living with a pre-existing health condition meant I needed to be vigilant about my health. As a result, I had to scramble and apply for Medi-Cal in order to receive the medication I needed. I had to bend over backwards to advocate for myself within this district just to make sure I could keep my coverage. I know my story is familiar to many part-time faculty in this district, and now we have the real opportunity to ensure this doesn't happen again. Most importantly, when I don't have to worry about my healthcare, I can focus even more on my students and their success. I want to express my gratitude to Dr. Fontaine for sharing our colleague Dr. Clairbone's story and honoring his memory. I urge you, Chancellor and trustees, to support faculty wellness for the sake of our students and communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Jessica St. Paul, and after Ms. St. Paul, we're gonna have Consuelo Montoya, and after Consuelo Montoya, Shiloh Nelson.
Greeting Board of Trustees. Greetings, Chancellor and student trustee. I am Dr. Jessica St. Paul. I'm an adjunct faculty at LA Southwest College and LA Trade Technical College. I serve as the chair of the Adjunct Faculty Action Committee, representing the LA College Faculty Guild, Local AFT 1521. As a licensed physician assistant active on our college campuses and serving our students in the field of public health, I leverage my 21 years of direct healthcare experience to educate and train our healthcare leaders of tomorrow. our LA Community College students. I am proud of the service, but it despairs me to see that adjunct faculty are disproportionately affected by preventative acute and chronic medical conditions due to the inability to afford health insurance premiums for themselves, their spouses, and their children. Our union has negotiated with the district 2 memorandum of understandings that expired this year on December 31st. The MOUs preserve health insurance for adjunct faculty that have been affected by the public health pandemic, as well as provides paid medical coverage to eligible adjunct faculty up to the Kaiser Permanente premium rate. We need both MOUs extended while we negotiate the $200 million available for our district right now to receive full reimbursement for their costs for the paid healthcare coverage they are currently offering for eligible adjunct faculty. Elected LACCD Board of Trustees, you have the opportunity today to make adjunct faculty healthcare as intended by AB 190 a Board of Trustee goal, and for LACCD to agree to negotiating access to quality, affordable healthcare for adjunct faculty now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Consuelo Valdez, Consuelo Montoya.
Yes, thank you so much. Consuelo Montoya, I serve as chair of the Vincent Price Art Museum Foundation, and I'm also appointee to the California Arts Council, currently vice chair. The Vincent Price Art Museum Foundation is proud to be an ancillary foundation of the Los Angeles Community College District, serving to support the museum, the East LA College, and the LACCD with staffing, grants, and fundraise contributions. We have been in existence for over 33 years, and I've been on the board for 6 years. I wanted to personally extend an invitation to all. This Saturday, November 5th, is the opening of New Voices, which is a district-wide juried student art exhibition. For the first time in 60 years, the exhibition will feature not only the work from East LA College students, but from all of the 9 colleges within the LACCD. The exhibition is organized by the Vincent Price Art Museum and juried by a committee of distinguished leading arts professionals, June Edmonds, Jennifer Frias, and Hamza Walker. And we would love for you to see this amazing work and the museum and the great work of our staff, as well as the district staff. So please join us, and we look forward to meeting you in person. Thank you.
Thank you. And also part of the historic Montoya family. I want to acknowledge that. Tracy Harkins, Shiloh Nelson, and Ara Chishian.
Hello, everyone. Tracy Harkins, faculty at LA Mission College and Department Chair of Health and Human Performance. We're here today to address not only the board, but the LACCD community at large. We come as teammates to share insight about a proposed change and to ask for everyone's support. AB 928 is a law passed last year that requires the creation of a single GE transfer plan from community colleges into CSUs and UCs. The plan currently being proposed has Area E removed from GE and would make this area optional upper division units at the CSUs, thereby limiting educational access for community college students and delaying this education for transfer students. This stands to have profoundly negative effects for our students, institutions, and communities. This proposal has not gone through our shared governance channels, nor been informed by district disciplined faculty, students, or our communities, although it stands to have detrimental effects for all of them. Removing Area E would contribute to inequity, lack of educational access for our students, and would be a textbook implementation of institutional racism. This is opposite to every value we espouse, and we need together to find a solution. Education is not a barrier to health and success. It is an access point to health and success. UC's criticism of these classes as a component of GE is that they're too applied. I would counter that application is the goal of education. What good is education if you cannot apply it? These classes teach big picture concepts. They prepare students for more focused studies later in their education. This big picture thinking could help us to understand how the decisions at UCs and CSUs impact student educational access outside of their systems for all students of community colleges. Our students are strong, they're amazing, they're overcomers, and they deserve access, broad access to this education to support their health, their well-being, their academics, and their career development. We may not always have power to control our circumstances, but we can have influence together, and together that influence can be very strong. So what we're asking here today, we're asking each person in the LACCD community at large to consider what reach and influence each of you have to support broad access to Area E education for community college students. Your influence is needed to support student equity on this issue, and we're thankful to the board. We know we have your support on this issue, to the Senate, to the union. We all understand, but this must be a requirement to remain accessible for students. Thank you. I'll yield my time to the rest of the speakers on this topic.
Thank you. Next is Shiloh Nelson, Aura Kishisian, and then after that, Lala Safir.
Hello, I'm Shiloh Nelson from Los Angeles Pierce College. I am a full-time kinesiology and health faculty member, and I serve currently as the department chair. So just to give a little background of what Area E or lifelong learning is. So Area E lifelong learning is the process to educate our students and building skills that help to aim at improving knowledge, competencies, and personal, civic, and social perspectives. In Area E, our classes satisfy lower division courses which help our students as they transfer on to higher level classes and onto our four-year institutions. At the community college level, our courses consist of many classes such as philosophy, psychology, counseling, and of course, kinesiology and health. The content within our courses include various topics that assist students on their academic journey, such as success strategies, human behavior, physical and mental health, critical thinking, stress management, information literacy, social relationships, as well as relationships with themselves and the environment. All these concepts are taught in lifelong learning courses. The focus on the development of skills, abilities, and personal disposition taught in Area E is a necessary pathway that is laid out at the community college level. And it's at this level that a student's academic journey begins and helps them to transfer on to higher institutions. In Area E, we focus on improvement of productivity, enhanced perspective, health benefits, and we also help with increased confidence for students. All of this helps for them as they move through our institution and up to higher level institutions. In conclusion, to the experience of success at higher level institutions, our students must start at a fundamental level. And this is the role that Area E at the community college serves. We're only given one place to live, and that of course is within ourselves, our bodies. So we must learn to care for our mind, our physical body, and as well as our mental and emotional state. This is where Area E serves each and every one of us, not only going through Area E classes at the community college, but each and every one of us in this room. This will help to lead students leaving our colleges here at LACCD and moving onward and upward by giving them a foundation of how to care for themselves as well as others. Area E is not only, we as Area E supporters are not here to prolong our students' career, but we're here to college career, but we're here to enhance their success. As supporters of Area E, lifelong learning, our jobs as faculty members and as a community college district is to help develop well-rounded individuals who will transfer on to four-year institutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next up is Ara Kishizian. I think you're on. Oh, yes, sorry about that. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ara, last name Keshishian. I'm a kinesiology professor and strength conditioning coach at LACC. Here I want to say that we're not here to oppose the law that has already passed. We're here to share information and gain support for productive solution and implementation plan that will not shortchange our students, institutions, and communities. Area E should be part of every general education plan. However, including it in the single transfer pathway would require UC Corporation, which we are told it's impossible. A potential alternative solution would be Area E to become a graduation requirement at CSUs and community colleges. That could be completed and would remain widely accessible at community colleges as opposed to upper division optional units. Legislation to codify this proposed graduation requirement would protect board access to this essential element of higher education at the community colleges. Please listen to what we have to say to consider what you can do to support community college student access to vital Area E education. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Next up is Lala Safir. Lala.
Hello, everyone. My name is Svetlana Safir, and I'm a nutrition science student at Cal State Long Beach, transferred from Los Angeles Community College District. I hear schools talk about student-centered learning, but when the student actually considered in this process, we need education about health and physical activities. I am, as a student, feel like no one is listening when I give a feedback. I was cut off by the author of AB 928 legislation when I attended his student forum. Area E is very important for students. Kinesiology and nutrition classes that I took at community college for transfer, for me was not only career, but life-changing. They helped me mentally and physically. That can be taken away from us, students. Health education should be required on college and high school levels. I hope we can get your support, dear Board of Trustees, to keep Area E required for transfer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person, the next three are Melinda Smith, Monica Oral, and Isabel Wolfell. Melinda?
Hi, I'm Melinda Smith. I'm Associate Professor at West LA College, Professor of Health. Area E Lifelong Learning, specifically health and kinesiology courses, serves to support the whole student. These courses facilitate the foundational knowledge of the need for rest or sleep, importance of good nutrition, benefits of physical activity, exercise, body awareness, and weight management, what you find in your kinesiology courses, awareness and resources for mental health and stress management, recognition and prevention of diseases, harmful effects of alcohol, drug and tobacco misuse and abuse, and negative influences of certain environmental factors. When these basic needs are taught, understood, and actively practiced, then the student is equipped with the self-care tools to be successful for the highly specialized academic tracks. Health is the core of everything. Without it, our students cannot be successful at math, language, and/or science courses and risk dropping out of college to take care of their own basic needs. It cannot be argued that students will get this information elsewhere. They will not, unless you want the education to happen in the doctor's office in the face of devastating diagnosis of health problems. The approach needs to be on preventative education if we want healthy, focused, and motivated students able to complete their educational goals and graduate. It cannot be argued that students will get their physical activity at other facilities. Many will not. Cost is prohibitive at many gyms and facilities, and use of personal trainers is just not feasible. With 75% of our nation already overweight or obese, taking kinesiology classes at the community college is one of the most effective ways to get students to exercise while using a grade as a motivational source. Students who exercise, they feel better, they focus better, and are less likely to be absent or fall behind in their coursework due to illnesses. Plus, many students turn their passion of working out into careers in kinesiology, coaching, exercise science, PE teachers, personal and athletic trainers, rehabilitation, and on and on. I have been teaching health classes for 21 years. Every semester, I get to witness students become fired up about taking charge of their health. Many of my students are undecided in their career choice, so I suggested them to survey the many topics in our health courses and notice when they feel sparks of interest and drawn to a certain topic. I have students who decide to pursue nutrition, public health, diabetes education, sexual assault advocacy, domestic violence law, health coaching, HIV/AIDS education, addiction counseling, chiropractic care, allied health, and many more, all because of a topic explored in a health class, ignited a spark that illuminated their career path. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Monica Pearl.
Yes, thank you. My name is Monica Sporl, and I'm a student of Los Angeles Pure College, and I also work as the Human Resources Manager. I recently completed the health class at LAPC. My professor, Nelson, recently taught me how to live a healthier and happier life, not just emotionally, but mentally, and especially physically. This class could not have come at a better time for me because my daughter just had brain surgery October 12th. Getting to that point required a lot of mental preparedness for us both. We practiced what I was learning throughout the class. We did yoga, meditation, and throughout the learning, we were encouraged to increase our physical activity for a better state of mind. I learned and shared valuable information around physical activity, not just with my daughter, but with those people around me, especially those that I felt needed it. I can't imagine not knowing what I know now and not having what I had then. I just think about the stress that is regularly imposed when you don't have the choices of a four-year university after high school due to financial struggles like mine. Let's keep avenues of community college level to ease the struggle that many of us experience and also help other people overcome some of those struggles like it helped my daughter and I. If we want a healthier student population, we need to create drive. Physical activity should not be a choice. It should be a requirement of life to live longer, healthier, and happier. We all know food industry has failed us time and time and again for the purpose of their own profit. I know you will not allow our education system to do the same. I encourage you all to let's get physical. Thank you.
Thank you. Isabel Wolfelt, then after that, Joe Cassian, then Natalie Gonzalez.
Hello, my name is Isabel Waffle. I'm a kinesiology professor at ELAC. Physical activity is vital in preventing chronic diseases such as heart disease, type 2 diabetes, and some types of cancer. According to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, regular physical activity can reduce the risk of certain cancers, improve cognitive function, reduce the risk of anxiety and depression, and improve the sleep and overall quality of life. Regular physical activity can reduce the risk of mortality and improve physical function. The lack of physical activity has been correlated with depression in young adults, and we teach college students. As a result, the physical activity guidelines for Americans recommend that individuals participate in at least 150 to 300 minutes of moderate intensity aerobic exercise. However, our college students encompass a group that is not participating in these guidelines. According to the American College of Health Association, 39.7% of college students meet the recommended physical activity guidelines. About 1 in 5 college students reported being diagnosed with anxiety and depression. And with the recent COVID-19 pandemic, there has been a significant increase in sedentary behavior and detrimental effects on mental health. Reducing access to physical education will remove opportunities to learn about and experience these benefits. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Joe Cassian.
Yes, thank you. My name is Joe Cascione from LA Mission Community College. I'm the full-time instructor in the kinesiology department. So what I hear from my students on a daily, monthly, and yearly basis is many of them say they've never worked out before in their life and they're scared to death. Those that have worked out before and have had classes in middle school or high school have had a terrible experience. They've been ridiculed, made fun of for their lack of coordination or strength, and body shamed. Many of these students have lost confidence in themselves, and many have insecurities about working out in front of other people. But through the duration of the activity courses they take at these community colleges, and definitely through the completion of these courses, they gain confidence in an inner strength that cannot be measured. They feel a sense of unity through their class participation, and they feel valued. They take this inner strength and they apply it to their schoolwork, their jobs, their family life, and their careers. I know this because they say this to me every day. I'm asking please to continue to create this environment where the students have an opportunity to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Natalie Gonzalez. After Natalie, Nancy Kearns, Zach Ruff, then Leslie Trujillo. Natalie?
Hello, my name is Natalie Gonzalez, and I'm currently taking classes at Los Angeles Valley College. I believe that removing Area E as a requirement for transfer would be a great disservice to students. I've always struggled with my weight. I went to UC Riverside after high school, and although I did try my best to go to the gym, my academics took up most of my time. I gained about 50 pounds in college, and there's a reason why we're familiar with the term the freshman 15. After I graduated from UCR, I decided to take a swim and run class at Los Angeles Valley College to stay fit. However, during the pandemic, I stopped being so active and gained another 50 pounds. I was at my biggest, and I felt worried and ashamed of myself. I'm now enrolled in a basketball class and a gymnastics class at LAVC, and they are my favorite classes. I get so much joy and energy from these classes. Not only do I burn over 1,000 calories in my gymnastics class alone every week, but I also surprise myself by learning new skills that I never thought I was physically capable of. My self-esteem, my energy, and my mood has improved so much. The values learned in these classes help students become more confident individuals. When you move your body and overcome physical obstacles, you realize for yourself how anything is really possible. And I truly believe that this translates towards academic and career success.
Nancy Carnes, Zach Ruff, then Leslie. Nancy, you're up.
Thank you very much. Hello, and thank you for your work in our community here in LA. I am grateful for your service and for you hearing us today, and also to the speakers that came before us talking about healthcare and issues that we have in Los Angeles in regards to being healthy individuals holistically. And access to healthcare is a very important part of that. My name is Nancy Cairns, and I am a full-time professor at Los Angeles City College for over the last 25 years. AB 928 is a frightening example of what happens when privileged politicians from different districts make decisions for our economically challenged students here in LA. It concerns me, and I hope it concerns you, and that you are willing to act quickly. Assemblyman Berman's bill will significantly impact the most disadvantaged and underserved students we are working to educate here in LA and the state. Our students are seeking meaningful and purpose in their life. The simple fact is that their college experiences are driven by the requirement for transfer. Transfer is an ultimate goal for many of our students, and removing health and wellness from the requirements will devastate their student experience. Students like Donita, who this summer was suicidal, and I was able to help her, to help herself, to get into some support. She opened up in a class that we were discussing mental health issues. Our LA students are emotionally in need of guidance and knowledge, and that they can't or won't get from other general education counseling. Most don't even realize they need a forum, like a health or kin class, so they can talk about their obesity, their alcoholism, their eating disorders, their anxiety about being on the verge of homelessness. Or where they can privately tell me that they're on the street selling themselves just for the opportunity to attend a school like LACC. These are our students. I know how important these programs are to transfer students because I've worked the last 25 years of my life to give back what was given to me. I got pregnant in high school. I didn't come from an affluent family. We were poor. I had to work 2 jobs to get food stamps, WIC, and pull myself through school with Pell Grants and scholarships. No one handed me anything, much like many of our students here at the LACCD. I'm thankful for my kinesiology, dance, and health classes that were required to take. The challenge of college and life were so hard that I can't articulate in a few minutes how important those classes were for my mental health and my lifelong lessons, which I still apply today. Honestly, I didn't want to be a teacher. when I started junior college. I didn't even know about real health issues, except that I was living it. Poverty and being a single
Sorry, your
parent was
time's
not
up.
easy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Zach Ruff, Leslie Trujillo, then in person, Peter Versilti.
Hello, my name is Zachary Ruff. I want to thank Nancy for asking me to come and speak. So I went through both Mission College and Harbor College. And I'm going to touch on a little bit of how Area E played a huge impact in my personal life. So I'm a recovering heroin addict. I've been sober since November 26, 2012. And when I first started to get sober, working out through the kinesiology program at Harbor College and Mission College played a huge part in my trajectory in life. I played a little bit of baseball at Mission College under Coach Joe, and I learned quite a bit about kinesiology, mental health, and sobriety through Coach Trujillo at Harbor College. Today, I have a bachelor's degree of science in kinesiology. I have a master's degree in psychology. I'm an associate marriage and family therapist. I'm married. I have a daughter on the way, and I want the same opportunity to be provided for my daughter to go to school, to learn about health, and to better her mental health as well. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Leslie Trujillo.
Yes, thank you. Zach, you made me emotional before I started. I am a professor at Harvard College and the interim assistant athletic director. It is vital to keep our area as a requirement, as you just heard, because our courses help our students succeed, matriculate, and transfer. Most would not take the course if it was not required. However, they become aware of the importance after taking the class. These are some testimonials from my classes. This class has helped me tremendously with my mental health. I feel better emotionally and physically. I'm so grateful this class was a requirement in my major because it gave me confidence in myself and helped me with my mindset. I think this class should be required for every student regardless of major. The workouts made me feel less stressed and it gave me the energy to do my daily activities. I not only grew physically this semester from the workouts we did, but I also grew very much as a person as well. Thanks to these weekly workouts and learning about exercise in the body, I became a more disciplined person as I made my own health and physical activity a priority. A healthy body creates a healthy mind, and I believe that is true, especially after taking this course. I'm going to take the lessons from this class into my life forever. I believe exercise is a part of success and maintaining a healthy body and a happy life. I am glad this class has a positive impact on me, and I hope it did for everyone else as well during these tough times. These are only a few. I have many more for my classes. If you multiply that by the rest of our professors in our district, that is thousands of students who are powered by Area E. Successful corporations include gyms and worksite wellness programs at their business because they know that the healthier their employees, the more productive they are. We should also do the same. If I do personal training, I charge $150 per session. Most of our students couldn't afford me. I couldn't even afford myself, to tell you the truth. That's why I majored in it. But that's why I love teaching at Harbor College. It's to serve our community at a very low cost or free to the students that we help. And most people don't do what's best for them unless it's required or mandated and it becomes a habit, right? So a lot of people won't sign up to take care of their health unless it is required. And that's why this is extremely important. I train athletes. Not all of them like to work out, but if it's ingrained and you have to show up for accountability, you do it. And that's why we need to encourage them in a healthy way to take care of themselves, to empower them by making Area E a priority for graduation. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Perselti in person, then Joy Roy, then Gary O'Neill.
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Parcelletti. I'm a associate professor of kinesiology at Los Angeles City College, where I oversee our personal training career technical education program. Obviously, this is a big issue to all of us. We're here. And I'm appreciative for the time and opportunity to share a particular story with you. I'm co-teaching a course this semester with a colleague of mine, a Health 2 class, which is an Area E class. And this is for his general education degree. We last week talked about diabetes. His name is, and he gave me permission, his name is Lewis. And he said, "Hey, professor, I've got type 2 diabetes." And I said, "No way, I've got type 1 diabetes." He's like, "Really?" And I said, "How's your control?" I don't know. Haven't checked it in a long time. I'm like, "What do you mean? When's the last time you checked your blood sugar?" Long time ago. "Why don't you do me a favor? Why don't you check your blood sugar right now? By the way, this is a hybrid class. I'm on Zoom." And he says, "Okay," comes back. "What is it?" He's like, "You're going to laugh." I said, "What do you mean I'm going to laugh?" He said, "It's the meter's saying hi to me." If anyone's experienced living with diabetes or know anyone with diabetes, if you check your blood sugar, when the meter cannot read the blood sugar, it says hi. That means it's over 500. "Lewis, what are you doing tomorrow?" "What do you mean?" "I want you to come in. We're going to meet. We're going to walk down to the health center. I want to get you set up with our community health resources and the clinic." "Okay. You know, I know I'm supposed to be doing this, but Lewis, don't worry about it. Let's get you squared away. Let's take care of you." Came in, we got him set up. He's meeting with hopefully an endocrinologist on Monday. These stories cannot happen if Area E goes away. And I know you guys are for it. I understand that. This is really important to us. I've been living with type 1 diabetes, and I got involved in exercise because it controls my life. It gives me higher quality of life, and I am only as good as if I can pass this on to others. It does me no good to be able to have the skills and ability to do this if I am not able to help those who are less fortunate, that maybe didn't have the strong structure that I had. And I appreciate your time. I appreciate everyone else that's come to share their stories, but I just hopefully am personalizing this a little bit for you. At the impact that we make is vitally, vitally, critically important. Secondly, if you ever want to come to Los Angeles City College, our students will train you. We actually have personal trainers that are training faculty, staff, and happy to extend that to you as well to get that experience. So come on down. Thank you.
Joy Roy, then Gary O'Neill.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Roy. I'm a student and student worker at Los Angeles City College. I'm also a physics major. I work 4 part-time jobs just to make ends meet on top of vacillating between part-time, full-time status as a student. I have had the wonderful opportunity to take classes in the kinesiology department at my school, and it has kept me level. It's kept me sane. It has been an amazing stress reliever. I am also involved in Peter Parcelletti's personal training program in the kinesiology department, and it's going to allow me to work smarter and not harder. Instead of working as many jobs as I'm working, I'm going to actually be able to work just like the wonderful woman that was speaking earlier, charging $150 an hour to personal train. I'm looking forward to those days so I can actually spend more time on my studies and have a little bit of control over my schedule so I can be a better student. I am so thankful for the kinesiology department. I don't think I would have made it this year. This is my second go around in school. I dropped out 20 odd years ago. I'm back in it and I'm in it to win it. My goal is to get a PhD, and the only way to do that is to find some element of balance to do this. And I couldn't imagine the mental health benefits, the stress benefits, the just all the benefits that come from what I've learned from my time with the kinesiology department. It is so helpful, and it has pushed me, and it has allowed me to actually be successful this year, and that's why I'm still at it. So I believe you all are in support of it. Keep it up, please. Thank you.
Gary O'Neill online.
Yes, good afternoon. According to the Center for Disease Control, only 24% of Americans meet the guidelines for aerobic and muscle strengthening activity. And category E is the only graduation requirement that addresses the health and physical well-being of our students. It's only 3 units out of 60 required for graduation. I've been teaching for the last 49 years at LA Valley College, And it's taught me that our students are woefully uneducated about the inner workings of their physical bodies and the fundamental knowledge required to live healthy and fruitful lives. Scientific research at most of our prestigious universities has proven that vigorous physical exercise stimulates our brain cells and significantly improves our intellectual performance on complex tasks. The impact of removing the Category E requirement on enrollment will be devastating for this district. Without a graduation requirement, our enrollment will surely decline. This will adversely affect the funding our district receives from the state. AB 928 is also a betrayal of the public trust. Our community voted for bond facilities to benefit the lives of students and members of our community. And, if we don't use those facilities to what they were designed for, it would be a travesty. 95% of our students would not benefit from essential health knowledge or physical activity without Category E. The vast majority of our community only has access to physical education through educational institutions. It's imperative that we keep Category E as a graduation requirement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next three speakers are Barbara Anderson, Angela Belden, and Broderick Jackson. Barbara, you're up.
Good afternoon, Chancellor, Board of Trustees, and highly esteemed colleagues. Appreciate all of you standing in solidarity with our Area E faculty members. My name is Barbara Anderson. I'm the Academic Senate President at Los Angeles Pierce College. Bell Hooks said, if we want a beloved community, we must stand for justice. Justice for the mind and the body. Justice for what we learn now and for our lifelong learning. And that's what Area E represents. All the comments you hear today are grounded in concerns about healthcare inequities, the value of lifelong learning, and concern for legislative overstep. We have, as the largest district, a lot of weight to throw around. I urge you, my colleagues, to throw your weight around with me on this issue. Those of us who are participating in the statewide fall plenary beginning tomorrow, I urge you to support resolutions and amendments to resolutions that include Area E education for our students for their sake. Good news is ICUS is still working on solidifying this plan. It's due in May 2023. So we have opportunity to influence. Let's use that opportunity. You can go to ab928.org to check out when the meetings are. It appeared to me that the next meeting will be January 26, 2023. I hope to see you all there. And I also ask that the Board of Trustees will support when the District Academic Senate requests for a legislative liaison so that we can better and more appropriately prepare for these legislative demands, as many of these speakers have pointed out, who prepare legislation for us that then has unexpected ripple effects that hurt our students. We don't want that. Bell Hooks also said, what we do is more important than what we say or think. So let's take action and let's stand together to prepare this next generation of leaders for our community so that they can have well-balanced, high-quality lives in their service to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela Belden.
Good afternoon, trustees and chancellor. I am Angela Belden, the faculty union president at Pierce College. As you have heard from many concerned people before me, we are extremely worried about the changes in Area E requirements. I'd like to speak specifically about the impact on labor. The changes in Area E could negatively impact faculty jobs. Our adjunct faculty are particularly vulnerable to course cuts, but with these changes, even our full-time faculty may face difficulty maintaining a regular load. Los Angeles Community College District faculty are the heart and soul of each and every one of our colleges. Please continue your support of our valued faculty as they support classes and services that the students and the community deserve to have access to. Thank you.
Next three, so Brandon Jackson, Mitzi Natoreno, and Sherry Bark. So Broderick. Is Broderick on Zoom?
Yes, he is. He just needs to unmute.
Yeah, I'm having some technical difficulties here, and so
We can hear you.
I lost you for a minute. Okay, I lost you for a minute. Okay, so yeah, I'm Broderick Jackson, and I've been an adjunct faculty for LACCD for over 14 years. And I'm going to talk to you today about the negative impact of AB 928 on athletics and kinesiology. Athletes are required to maintain a full schedule and a high GPA while attending college. They also transfer at a significantly higher rate than the rest of the student population. Athletes who compete at an elevated level, both academically and athletically, also are full-time students who often need these classes to help balance their mental health and reinforce the skills that support their success. Years ago, I decided to enroll into a junior college and participate in athletics. That decision has impacted my life immensely. However, if I did not take these general education classes or the general education curriculum, health and kinesiology, I would not have had the opportunity to develop into a professor in health kinesiology. I'm an example of the importance of having health and kinesiology education remain a graduation requirement. It works. Let us continue to allow our students to reach their dreams. Also, coaches often teach extra classes as a part of their full-time load in Area E, general education classes. Attracting and retaining high-quality instructors and coaches will become more challenging if these classes are removed or reduced. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mitzi, then Sherry Bark, then Alice Hilal.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mitzi Natareno, and I am a first-generation college student at Los Angeles Mission College from the Los Angeles Community College District. Through a speech class I took earlier this year, I was encouraged by my professor, Rudy Casares, to enroll in a fitness class as a way to help me navigate my stress. I am a biology major, and I'm currently enrolled in a biotech program. I enrolled in a yoga class taught by my professor, Tracy Harkins, where she not only used safety techniques for certain poses, but it helped me with breathing techniques. STEM, which stands for Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics. The students that are enrolled in those classes are in a lot of stress. Using breathing techniques that I was taught in yoga class helped me to prepare for my exams, but also for a job interview I had this past Friday. These jobs at these biotech companies will not help us students get our foot in the door, but it will also further our careers. I made a great impression on the interviewer as I was relaxed, confident, and prepared. This wouldn't have occurred had I not enrolled in that yoga class, had I not been encouraged by my speech professor. As a result, this experience led me to encourage my fellow classmates to enroll in fitness class as a way to channel their stress levels and pay more attention to their physical and mental well-being. These classes are essential for us students to be successful and make an impact in our communities. Thank you for your time, and please support our professors and us students.
Thank you very much. Sherry Bark, then Alice Hilal. Sherry?
Hi, my name is Sherry Barkey. I'm a registered dietitian and a nutrition professor at LA Mission College, and I strongly oppose the elimination of Area E, which includes nutrition courses, as it will, 1, hurt students' personal health, and 2, reduce their exposure to career academic pathways in dietetics. So first, having worked as a dietitian in college student health centers for 20 years before coming to LACCD as an instructor, I can tell you that the transition to college often comes with more irregular eating and sleeping times, food insecurity, body image concerns, unhealthy restrictive dieting, all of which can lead to binge eating, poor metabolic and emotional health, and ultimately that impairs their performance and persistence in college. Nutrition classes in students' first year of college address all of these issues. Second, there is very little diversity in the field of nutrition and dietetics. In fact, less than 10% of the membership of the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics identifies as part of a diverse group. Yet Blacks and Hispanics have higher rates of nutrition-related health problems. So there is a great need for a workforce that is more ethnically diverse. Nutrition classes in students' first year introduce our mostly Hispanic student population to careers and transfer pathways in dietetics. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alice Halal.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elise Halal, and I'm a high school educator and Mission College student. Thank you for making the time to listen to our stories. Having grown up first generation in an immigrant household with a low socioeconomic standing, I am aware of some of the challenges that face a community of people who may or may not regard health and fitness as important. Thankfully, I was introduced to sports at a young age and continued my health journey in high school and into adulthood. I've internalized the benefits of running and recently accessed affordable yoga classes through my community college. Knowing about health benefits of exercise helps motivate me to stay active. And as a high school educator, I know that students should have equitable access to health and fitness classes, especially post-pandemic, since they benefit students' social emotional health. Teaching students about mindfulness, stress coping strategies, and the benefits of exercise is vital knowledge that translates into a lifelong skill. It's best taught young so that that knowledge is carried through adulthood and can prevent future detrimental health conditions. I believe in this, and on a personal note, I'm pursuing a yoga credentials so that I can begin to teach yoga at the high school level, and my journey could not have been possible without access to a community college yoga class. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rose Avetzian, then Keely Merketic, then Joe Gunderman.
Good evening. My name is Rosa Vetisian. First of all, I want to say thank you very much for everyone for your hard work. And I have two boys. We all took health class in Valley College. First, of course, I took the class. Then I suggested my younger son, Rafi, to take the class because I feel like I know that he will benefit from this class a lot. Yes, and sure enough, he took the class, and thank God, right now he's more physically and emotionally more healthy person like he was before. My older son, John, also he took the class in Valley College, as I told you, the health class. And now next year he's going to become a physical therapist because he felt and he see that how important physical education and health and class for the people. If we will ask to any parent, what is the most important thing, what you would like to see with your child, I'm sure that everyone will say, I want my child to be healthy and happy person, healthy emotionally and physically. And I, without even questioning, I'm 100% sure that this health class that helped my family, and I'm sure that it's gonna help to everyone's family. And this is, believe that it has to be just a requirement, not just to take personal opinion, like if they want to take or not, but it has to be a requirement because of if there's something which is not required, maybe they will not do it. I'm very, very thankful that I had opportunity to take the health class in Valley College, and I know that helped a lot, me personally and my family members, to change our eating habits and become more healthy and physically active. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful and safe evening today.
Thank you very much. Keely Merketic.
Hello. Hello, my name is Keely Mercetic. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. I have a doctorate in physical therapy, and I currently work for Livingston Memorial Visiting Nurse Association. I'd like to speak a little bit about my college experience and how I was affected by taking these lifelong learning classes. My college experience began at a community college where I was enrolled in certain classes like health, kinesiology, and physical education that were a requirement for me to graduate with my AA. In these required classes is where I found a love for health and science that led me down the path of a kinesiology degree, a bachelor's degree in kinesiology, and eventually a doctorate in physical therapy. Without these classes, I do believe I would not have found my path to physical therapy, which I'm ecstatic about being a physical therapist and love all of my patients. I believe it will be a disservice to our future students to lose these required classes, and they might not have the opportunity like I had to find their path while attending a community college like I did. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Gunnerman.
You're one of you're one of like 10 people that actually said my name correctly. So I'm Joel Gunnerman from Los Angeles Mission College. I'm a faculty member there as well as the interim athletic director. First off, thank you for your time and for your support. What I would like to kind of cover is the mention is a long-term confidence in the stress management and really just the healthful life success that Area E and the health and wellness classes instill in our students. So students take body conditioning classes, yoga classes, basketball classes, things that they never thought they would actually take just because it's a requirement, but they end up actually really enjoying it and they love it. They get a passion for it and they actually find an outlet of stress relief. It builds a confidence that they never had before. And imagine the first time that you walked onto like an athletics court or even like a yoga class or into a health club. A lot of times it's discouraging not knowing where to start or not knowing what to do. These classes not only just provide opportunity of knowledge and to build that confidence, but you actually do it with an environment of individuals that are in the same boat as you. And so you almost kind of build a culture and you get this sort of entitlement that and you build this confidence that you get to carry around for the rest of your life. So these classes create long-time healthy habits. They change lives and give individuals self-belief. And that's something I don't want to overstate, but it's something that can't be overlooked. These classes build confidence to carry over to job skills, student success, going into an interview, just really overall into the professional careers. These classes help improve health, physical health, as well as mental well-being, and this for the long term. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Akanush Devanyan.
Hi, I'm Akanush Kevanyan. I'm from LACC. So I start LACC with, actually I entered to LACC to learn English. I started with ASL. And my major was accounting. And, I'm sure most of you, when you have, we're going school, we have to go to the city counselor and they will give you general education path. So I was almost finishing my accounting degree when my counselor told me that I need to take health and kinesiology class, and I got so angry. I said, why I need to take a health and kinesiology when I'm majoring accounting? So I started doing that and I got my AA degree on accounting. But when I took kinesiology and health classes, I fell in love with kinesiology. And I got AA degree in accounting, but my bachelor's and master's is kinesiology. And now I'm a kinesiology department chair at LACC College. So I just want to share this. Like a lot of time we have students who are entering thinking like me that this is my major, that what I'm choosing. And, but sometimes we use the major, we don't know actually this is the right major for us or not, like me. But when I got health and kinesiology classes, and I just said, this is what I want, and change my major. So please help us to help our students to be healthy and learn more about health and find their way healthy lifestyle. It's really important. We're not teaching only physical education, we teach healthy lifestyle.
Thank you. The next three speakers are Areli Doroteo, Hussein Asili, and Sylvia Takaki.
Hello, I'm Arely Doroteo. I'm a first generation student studying at Los Angeles Mission College. I'd like to share my personal experience with yoga taught by Tracy Harkins. This course has been amazing. It's improved my confidence. I really enjoy the physical side of it. And my professor has given our class valuable information about our bodies and how physical wait, hang on, sorry. How physical activity can improve your physical, mental, and emotional state. My professor has helped me realize that simple things like nutrition and physical activity are crucial to a healthy body. And I personally feel very comfortable with my professor. She's knowledgeable and kind. I think that's why we have a great community in class and we get along well and cheer each other on. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hussein Asili.
Yes, hi, my name is Hussein Asili. I've been teaching health for over 2 decades. Every statement that you have heard from our colleagues and professors that they teach in these classes, every single statement is heard by all of us. And having the Area E as a required, it's vital for our underserved students, especially for our underserved students, because hearing statements such as I'll be changing my major to science, or I didn't know how important this class is, or I'm going to have my husband, my son, or my daughter to take the class, or even actually so many students telling you that they actually learn life-changing information in these classes, or having students staying in contact with you. Even I have up to 10 years that after 10 years students contact me and they tell me that what kind of health improvement project they are doing. And teaching in the high school setting, actually our students, especially underserved students, they truly need this course to be required, because that's how they get exposed to it. And when they do, they love it so much, because let's face it, after all, health is the most important commodity that every single one of us owe. And basically, even if one single student lives 1 minute longer than he or she was supposed to, because of the acquired knowledge in our classes, all of us, our job is done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sylvia Takaki, then Monique Murieta, then Claudia Healy.
Sylvia Takaki and Monique Murieta are not online.
Are not?
Not.
Okay. Claudia Kelly, then Carrie Miller, then Lacey Farmer.
Good afternoon, valued Board of Trustees and Chancellor. Thank you so much for hearing us today. My name is Dr. Claudia Kelly. I have a master's degree in public health, as well as in nutritional sciences, and a doctor in nutrition. And I've been teaching at Los Angeles Mission College as an adjunct instructor, primarily nutrition, but also health classes. In addition to the initials you just heard, I'm also a certified diabetes educator with more than 30 years of patient education experience. And I know you are all supporting our effort trying to prevent AB 928 from not being materialized due to the fact what you already heard. Health and kinesiology, as well as nutrition classes, are vital for public health, not just for the student population that we serve. You know the statistics much better than I do. I believe the last time I checked, we had over 60% Hispanic students, about 25% African American, and 15 or 20% Asian Americans. all these ethnicities are at high risk to develop diabetes mellitus. And we had several speakers. And again, thank you so much for sharing. Diabetes mellitus belongs into the 5 leading causes of death. So by us being able to educate the students, inspire them, teaching them critical thinking, information literacy, getting the knowledge out there. This is not just for them, but they take this knowledge into their families and the communities at large. So getting rid of that Area E segment would, in my mind, become a public health crisis because of the devastating chronic illnesses we do have, especially in our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Carrie Miller, Lacey Farmer. And
hello, everyone. Thanks for your time. I'm an adjunct instructor at LA Mission and Antelope Valley College. I've been teaching at the community college for almost 20 years. And the AB 928 implementation not only has a huge effect on our regular student body, but also a huge impact on our student athletes that attend community college. If this goes into effect, we could potentially lose many highly qualified instructors that are coaches for all the sports that we offer. Our athletes deserve the best teachers and coaches, and that is what our coaches are at this level. They're teachers first. Our athletes put in many hours of extra work and time because they are full-time students that bring our college high levels of retention, success, graduation, and transfer rates. These classes also support our student athletes' athletic success by requiring them to take classes such as weightlifting and yoga that helps prevent injuries and increase their production on the playing field. Our health classes, for example, teach our student athletes how to fuel their bodies so that they can be more successful on the court or playing field. These classes add balance to the student athlete schedule in a healthier manner by giving them a mental break that they need. Sorry about that. Most of the student athletes that attend community college would never go to college if they didn't have the opportunity to play at our level. Taking away our area of learning and teaching will do more harm to our student athletes than help them to be successful. And also another note, the past 2 semesters that I've taught my women's health class, I've had 2 young women build the confidence to leave an abusive relationship. So it's not just health-wise, but they're getting the knowledge and the confidence to get out of situations that they probably wouldn't have, and maybe not even maybe not have lived to come out of. So these classes are not only important to our athletes, but our student body, and having a requirement to take these classes that they may not normally take gives them the knowledge that they wouldn't have had if it wasn't for these opportunities. So thank you for your time and for listening to us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Lacey Farmer.
Good evening, Board of Trustees in Los Angeles Community College District. My name is Lacey Farmer. I am a full-time kinesiology major transfer student at Antelope Valley Community College. I would like to extend my gratitude to my coach, Carrie Miller, for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I'm addressing you in regards to item AB 928 in discussion of removing Area E from the Community College General Education major requirements. I am passionate about advocating for education on general health in both physical and mental aspects of each and every citizen, but primarily for students such as myself working to become educated and towards a better future for not only themselves, but for the future of the college students as well. I was born from parents who didn't pass the 10th grade, who lived a life full of addiction, abuse, and neglect. Despite my parents' upbringing, this December, I will be a first-generation college student in my family receiving my associate's degree and continuing my studies in kinesiology at California State University, Northridge in January. Health has given me a very bright future. I am perspective because I have learned to make both my physical and mental health a priority. My understanding is that we are required to learn math to promote problem solving, art to enrich the experience of life and studying, music for higher levels of memorization, history to learn from the past and to make a better future. I have become very successful in my coursework. However, this is not exclusively because of art, math, music, history, or even science. I am successful because of the knowledge I have gained to understand and comprehend the health and wellness of myself as well as others' health and wellness as well. I have been given the tools to thrive in my college career because of these health courses. I have learned to study without letting stress overcome my success. Health education gives us students the chance to thrive and not just survive. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Stephanie Delgado, then Luis Rivera, then Jennifer Tanaka.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Delgado, and I am a former transfer student out of LACCD into CSUN and a graduate from CSUN and am back at LACCD to complete prerequisites for my master's degree in nutrition. I believe that health and physical activity classes should be a graduation requirement at a community college. This removal stands to have a major impact on health equality for students. Due to the disproportionate health disparities that our students already suffer and the populations that they represent, removing Area E would in fact be an implementation of systematic racism and would create further inequities for community college students. I believe everyone should have an equal opportunity to gain health knowledge without having to attend a four-year college. Thank you.
Luis Rivera. Is Luis here? Oh, right here.
My motto is moving LA forward, you know. So I'm Luis Rivera. I am a adjunct instructor at Trade Tech and also at LA City College, and I'm here to support Area E, lifelong learning. So I'm an advocate of all areas there. The removal of Area E, lifelong learning, will impact California's educational options and students' educational enrichment. This means less instruction in the cognitive, affective, and psychomotor domains. These areas are valuable and critical aspects of the physical growth, the psychosocial development, and for the vitality of the learner. The absence of a sound body and mind becomes a detriment to society. I encourage retention of the study of kinesiology and health at this juncture of reforms. Avoid blocking it, but instead do a block and carry by joining it to the lower division requirements due to the need for physical fitness and wellness education, the need due to the significance of health education conditions, and due to the exposure to safety and public awareness. Please use your undivided discretion to articulate the need of this asking, the importance of the subject, and the dilemma that you're confronting. The discipline offers a multi-dimensional framework because it examines, it analyzes, and evaluates subjects, topics, and themes such as physical culture, movement education, physical education, health and safety, kinesiology, dance, yoga, including the history of sports and physical education. And let's not forget water safety education, meaning swimming. Reforms and adjustments are often needed at the state and local level. With the right prescription, I encourage your support, autonomy, and the flexibility to retain kinesiology and health as part of the educational construct of Los Angeles. Respectfully, thank you.
Thank you very much. Jennifer Tanaka, Joanne Waddell, and Sabrina prayer.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to make a public comment today. My name is Jennifer Tanaka Hoshijo, and I am the Vice President for the California Community College Physical Education, Kinesiology, and Dance State Association, and a 16-year community college kinesiology professor. I am here to advocate for support of Area E and lifelong learning to remain available for our community college students. This is an equity and student success issue. We are all here because we care deeply about the community college students we serve. I would like to urge you to look at every student as a whole person. In my 16 years teaching at the community college level, students have shared why they are taking activity and health courses. Some of these reasons include they were diagnosed with prediabetes or diabetes, they have high blood pressure, or they have heart disease. Their doctor told them physical activity can help manage their anxiety and depression. Some wanted to meet other students with similar interests or to try a new physical activity, and many of these students have made connections and friendships through these courses. These connections have helped with retention. Connection is one principle of the Guided Pathway Initiative. Some students shared that they lost a close family member due to these diseases that are preventable, and they are scared. Their doctor told them they have to make lifestyle changes now so they do not become yet another statistic for premature morbidity. According to the American College Health Association, students report that the biggest factors negatively affecting academic performance are depression and anxiety. How does the elimination of Area E and lifelong learning and the implementation of AB 928 support closing this equity gap for our disproportionately impacted students? Over 3,300 California community college students participated in a survey addressing the implementation of AB 928, resulting in over 88% support for Area E as a valuable part of their education. And 75% of these students felt this should remain as a lower division option. Furthermore, the community college students' voice is a critical element in the design of the Cal-GETC pattern. So why was our student voice excluded from these discussions? This is clearly an equity and student success issue that requires urgent attention. Individuals that support and value the positive impact Area E has made on their lives need to keep advocating for the importance of these courses for all students. The negative effects will definitely impact our students, but this will extend to student athletes as well, as this will destroy intercollegiate athletics at the community college level. So let's look at equity and student success from the largest equity program in the nation, our California Community College student athletes. 28% of student athletes successfully complete 30+ units versus 4% of the general student.
Sorry, ma'am, your time is up.
Thank you very much. Ms. Joanne Waddell. Ms. Waddell.
You're on mute, Ms. Waddell.
Ms. Waddell, can you unmute yourself?
Are you there?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, get to restart. So this is to Chancellor Rodriguez and to the trustees. I'm Joanne Waddell, speaking today as the Vice President of CFT and as the Professor Emeritus Forever of Kinesiology. My message today is simple. The state chancellor got it wrong. In the chancellor's office support of AB 298, formerly known as the Student Transfer Achievement Reform Act of 2021 Associate Degree for Transfer Intersegmental Implementation Committee, students, community, and faculty will be negatively impacted. This isn't the first time the chancellor's office got it wrong about Area E, and it won't be the last time. It's just the most recent. Similar changes in the 80s, the 90s, and the early 2000s have all left their legacy and scars on kinesiology and health education. With each administrative and legislative change, access to kinesiology and health education as elective options, isolated learning opportunities, or majors was weakened. Then as now, students lost, faculty lost, community lost. The Chancellor's office got it wrong this time because the changes mandated by AB 928 will take place just when mental health has a funded seat at the table and the benefits that kinesiology offers to mental health are well established. Just when wraparound services, many of them part of kinesiology and health education curriculum, are seen as necessary, not optional services that our system should be implementing, not eliminating. Just when the world has taken a crash course on the role of public health in our very survival, the links in the chain that we call public health being a significant part of health education curriculum. Just when our communities became riveted by, of all things, a Netflix series as they learned, many for the first time, about the importance of community college athletics and the coaches who teach and mentor the student athletes. And just when almost 30,000 community members representing 3 and 4 generations showed up and showed out last week in a grand display of Friday night lights. It's not too late to impact the implementation of this misguided legislation. The kinesiology discipline looks forward to working with you to support, not shortchange, our students, community, and faculty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waddell. Sabrina Prayer.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Dr. Preer, and I am a full-time professor of kinesiology at Pierce College. I studied health and kin as an undergrad, and I also received a doctorate in the same field. And I'm currently working on a second doctorate in public health, focusing on preventive care. So this topic is particularly important for me as well. I thank everyone who has supported the efforts to keep this a graduation requirement. I see our union president is here, as well as many of our administrators. So I thank you all for your support. I'm a former foster care kid who used to sleep on the street and pretty much came up from nothing. And I'm not supposed to be here. I have a 47% lifetime risk of developing breast cancer. My father died of a massive stroke. My daughter's father died of a massive stroke, and 47%, and I just turned 40 this year. 4 of my family members have been diagnosed with cancer, all before the age of 40, and all of them are dead except for 1. So I should be a statistic, and this is with the knowledge that I have. I'm still going to be struggling with my entire life with health. So how are other people who are not going to get this information going to be impacted? The opportunity for us to save our own lives is not a privilege. It shouldn't be afforded to only those who can go to a 4-year institution. And the demographic that we serve at this community college is so huge. So we can't duly acknowledge how bad the health state is in the US and then cut programs that cut access for people who are the most at risk. We are actually contributing to cyclical and systemic issues of health disparities. So these decisions we make now are going to impact people long after we've been gone. And while we can argue that they can get access later, we know that there are people who can't afford to wait for this type of information. They need it now. They need prevention now. So this is a public health issue. And as I've shared with my department, it's a public health issue. This is a institutional racism issue. It's a socioeconomic status issue. This is a gender equity issue. And these sound a lot like civil rights issues. These sound a lot like human rights issues. So I implore all of us to continue to support actions that will keep this as a graduation requirement for people who don't have a voice, and not only understanding that we have a huge impact as the largest community college district, so we're going to have influence on other districts as well. So there's an old adage that says an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And we have a responsibility to keep people off of the guillotine before they get there, not try to snatch their necks off while they're there. We can prevent a lot of this by keeping these courses available and economical for those who most need them. So I implore you to support resolutions and any efforts that will keep these classes available for the people who need them the most long after we're gone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any additional public speakers on items not on the agenda in person? I've gone through the list. I just wanted to make sure. Crystal, are there any persons who did not speak, who wish to speak?
No, sir, there are no hands raised in Zoom.
Okay. Moving on then to items, are there any persons signed up to speak on items on closed session agenda matters?
No, sir.
Okay. Um, okay. We will now recess the closed session. The board will recess the closed session.
Question, we skipped announcements. Are there any announcements from the board members? Could we go back to that piece of the?
Oh, it was in a purple without anything. Announcements and indications of future proposed items. So, student trustee, would you like to?
Yeah, so this is kind of in light of something that happened last week, end of last week. You guys probably saw the email thread. And this is kind of like a, I guess, an ongoing trend of what my experience has been as like a student trustee. And this is not me really complaining about my experience, because my experience is how it is as a board member. But I do want to kind of, I guess, set a foundation, because I came into this position wanting to not really glorify it, but show that it's important to be here. Being a student representative on this board and having a voice in these matters is important. And prior to me actually running in the election to be a student trustee, I didn't really get that feeling through the election process. I didn't get it from my peers and student leadership. So the whole process of me trying to be a trustee was to make it kind of cool again, make it cool to be a trustee. So these recommendations are more just, again, about kind of student representation, and also going forward, how does the student trustee operate? Because I've also been speaking to other trustees throughout California, and there's also been a lot of discussion on exactly what it means to be a board member, how we're actually represented beyond just, you know, having an advisory role or anything like that. And I wanted to have like an honest discussion with you. So my first, I guess, recommendation to the board is that I would like to have a discussion with all of you and potentially general counsel on the logistics of the student trustees privileges, specifically the privileges to attend closed sessions, which I currently do not have, a full vote, which is something that has been brought up by many trustees across California, and increased monthly compensation, because the $500 a month, in my current experience, it hasn't been too much of a hindrance. But again, when you account for inflation and other duties and obligations I have as a trustee, again, it's looking at what's the real worth of being a student trustee in comparison to other board members. So, and these aren't just things I'm demanding. I just want to have an actual discussion with you guys, because these are decisions that you guys make as a board or the next student trustee. So even if they're not things that will affect me, they'll affect future trustees. And I want to have an honest discussion with you guys on how that process goes about, what's the reasoning behind it, how we can potentially change that to increase more participation and get people interested in actually being here. The second recommendation that I have is that I would like to have our board make a, in collaboration with our media teams, have a lot more, push a little harder to get students involved, or make sure that students see like some of the statements and resolutions that we write up for these board meetings. Because like for the Iranian resolution that we had up earlier in this meeting, of course, for our constituents and, you know, our AFT members, they're all going to see this because they're all really directly involved in this process. And I heard that there was a summit that happened late in October. But beyond this meeting, I'm not sure if that many students are going to be very aware of that whole resolution passing, that we're actually in support of that we're acknowledging it, and beyond the whole anti-Semitic statement thing that we sent out, which I'm pretty sure if I didn't go on my little, I guess, mini rant, then we wouldn't have, a lot of students wouldn't have actually seen that we actually were, you know, denouncing those statements. And it probably would have just been subjugated to being on Instagram and like maybe Facebook. I don't even know if we have a Facebook page. But I'd say let's work a little bit harder to make sure that the things we talk about in these meetings, as far as resolutions, things we support, things that how we acknowledge our community, things that regard our student population as far as diversity and representation, that they actually know about these things. We'll talk about them behind the scenes and we'll, make reference to them. But students actually need to know, and especially with the whole city council debacle that happened, that it's kind of scary when we see these things happening behind closed doors, these people that are put into office to kind of represent us, and beyond just the obscene remarks, it's the actual thoughts behind and the process of planning out how people can literally control our lives in that way. And yeah, it's just it's scary. And I think that if we really want to move forward and be all about having equity, it goes beyond just having a face at the table. We have to have a space at the table. I have to have the same capacity as everybody else to have power and influence in these conversations, rather than just sitting there and saying, hey, I was at that table one time. I didn't get to do anything. I didn't get to say anything. But or maybe I did, but nobody really listened. But my contribution actually meant something. And I want us to uphold that. So that's it. Those two announcements for me.
Trustee Henderson, any announcements?
I want to thank the student trustee for his comments, and we will be taking part in another advisement. But I also just want to recognize that November 13th through the 19th is LA versus Hate Week. And I would like for us to be able to put a resolution partnering us with LA versus Hate activities on our next board agenda. And I hope that the college presidents will be open to, or vice presidents will be open to helping to plan activities for next week, fun things for our students. The work that LA versus Hate does is really important. And if we are truly being diverse and equitable and allowing access for our stakeholders, we should make an effort to get involved. Thank you.
No, thank you.
Bettis? Trustee Hoffman?
Nothing.
Trustee Eno?
No.
Trustee Moreno?
No.
Seeing none, we're going to recess the closed session. The board will recess the closed session in accordance with the Ralph M. Brown Act, Government Code Section 54050, et sequitur, and the Educational Code to discuss the matters on the posted closed session agenda pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.5. May I have a motion to recess the closed session?
So moved.
So moved by Trustee Henderson. Is there a second?
Second.
Any opposition? And
Uh,
we are officially recessed.
Chair Buelna, how are we taking a little break?